I do. I don't see our pastor.
I don't know what's taking you so long.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our meeting. I hereby call to order the March 1st business meeting of the Goodson County Board of Supervisors. We will begin with an invocation and pledge the flag. Mr. Lumpkins, would you lead us in the pledge of the flag in Mr. Sharp's absence? All right, so please rise for an invocation as you're able. Dear Father God, we just thank you so much for this day, Lord. We thank you for the citizens of this county. We thank you for the people that serve. God, we invite you here today to give us the wisdom that we need to be good stewards with what you've provided us, Lord. We thank you for these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So I just have a few comments to make. We will be having the Goodson County Board of Supervisors and the school board have scheduled our joint town hall meetings, and they will be in March, Districts 4 and 5 on Thursday, March 10th at 6:30 at Tuckahoe Pines Retirement Committee, Districts 2 and 3, Tuesday, March 22nd at 6:30 at Central High, and District 1 on Thursday, March 31st at 6:30 at Byrd Elementary School. We really encourage folks to come out and get engaged. This one will be heavily focused on the budget, but we're going to have updates on broadband and other things. And while I have the time, I don't want to upstage our president this evening, but I probably have a lot better news than he does, and I thought I'd just take a minute and give you a little bit of the state of the county. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of our county is strong. It's strong because we have engaged citizens. We have hundreds of citizens who volunteer to serve in the county, whether on committees or boards. They volunteer, whether it's at the animal shelter or picking up trash on the side of the roads and many more. We have the most engaged voters in the state year after year. We have the highest voter turnout. Our county is strong because of our amazing staff. We have the highest caliber professionals serving our citizens tirelessly around the clock, as Mr. Alvarez noted from being on the phone with me last night at 12:30. Our county is strong because of our dedicated constitutional officers and elected officials who put our people first and our hearts committed to service. We're strong because of our sound financial practices. On the tail end of a global pandemic, we're looking to lower personal property taxes, making significant investments in personnel for public safety, education, and staffing to ensure we meet the demands of our citizens. Goodson is strong not because it sees itself as a county in a great commonwealth, but because it sees itself as a community that I am incredibly proud to be part of. So thank you all. Mr. Alvarez, beat that.
Used to this new technology then. So I'm actually going to start with an apology. Last week's meeting, we had a technical issue and the video of the 6 p.m. session did not get recorded. So we've made some changes and I think we'll be in much better shape. So tonight we're recording the meeting through the normal Swagit tool, which is what is synchronized with our agenda. We're also recording it locally on a laptop, and we are going to, we logged into that laptop as if we were a citizen to make sure that citizens can actually see the video. And we're also going to post it to YouTube tomorrow morning. So if anybody wants to watch the meeting, they don't have to come into our website, or they just need to get to YouTube. And that's, I think that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. I want to remind everybody that we are still accepting brush from the storm at the convenience center until April 1 at no charge. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Board, is there any request to postpone agenda items, additions, deletions, or changes in the order? No? Looking good? All right, move right on. All right. I will open it. This is our time for our citizen comment period. I'll open it up for anyone that has anything to talk about county business that's not on today's agenda. We have public hearings later for that. If you come up to the mic, please give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Holland. I have today with me that wants to speak.
I'm here to recognize Sekou for working in the community garden with him and being an advocate in school system. And thanks for encouraging conversations. And my name is Cameron Hardy.
Thanks, Sekou, for working with him in the community garden.
Okay, my name is Mary Holland again. I'm here to recognize Ms. Wendy Hobbs and Sekou Shabaka, who has been a great advocate in this community for our Black community. He has worked with me with children in the school system, being an advocate. I have one child that's 26 years old. He worked with me when she was in second grade. So he's been around working with the kids in the community. And Miss Wendy Hobbs, she works with us, and she helped us with the coronavirus vaccines, and I get these today too from Miss Wendy Hobbs. So she's been a great advocate, and she's also worked with me in the school system when we went out into when the state was doing meetings across the state. I worked with Ms. Wendy Hobb with that, where we spoke on behalf of kids of special education. So they have been a great advocate, and they speak for me when they come to these meetings. And there were 12 other people who were supposed to come with me today to recognize them. They are a great help to the Black community.
Thank you so much, Ms. Holland. Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
They say in theater, never follow a child act, so I'm going to disappoint here, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road. I do want to say I appreciate that I didn't coordinate calendars properly with the board, and I wasn't here on the 22nd. I do appreciate several people saying, "Where were you?" But it was a shock when I went into Food Line and saw my face on a milk carton under the word missing. So I'll try not to do that again. I do want to comment, though, on the budget presentations that were made on the 22nd. And in my world, public safety, education, and transportation are the big three services that government provides. And so I very much appreciate that the public service budgets presented are on track to receive support that will allow us to continue to enjoy Goodson County without concerns of anything other than public safety. When we call 911, we have somebody responding. And so thank you for that as you're considering that. I also appreciate the report on the staffing that was given. No organization is any better than the people working there. And so I feel very blessed that we have people who are in Goodson because they want to be, not because they have to be. I mean, this is a competitive labor market. I do know we have some amount of turnover, every organization does, but we have some very dedicated employees, and I very much appreciated in my short tenure in the county of 32 years of seeing those folks and the services and the talents they bring to the table. I would be remiss, as you are in your budget process, if I didn't mention, and I'm going to call it propaganda, that I received from an adjoining county talking about changes they are making to their tax rates and what they are doing with some of their surplus. They're sending rebates to some of the taxpayers, and they are also looking at adjusting their tax rates. I have great confidence in this board as it continues to work on the budget that you will not be putting monies into the budget that don't need to be there, and that you're going to be proper stewards of the county. So steer the course or stay the course, and the light's blinking, and I'll sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Anyone else for citizen comment? All right. Sure. All right, thank you, everyone. Moving right along, Board, you have the meeting minutes from January 31st and February 1st. If I could entertain a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Laskett?
thank you. I move approval of the January 31st and February 21st, 2022 board meeting minutes.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thanks, everybody. All right, all in favor of passing the special meeting minutes, the 31st, and the regular meeting of February 1st, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, we will move into our reports, starting with our good friends at VDOT.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Alvarez. Marshall Wynn with VDOT. This past month, we had 156 work orders and completed 157 of those. Had 6 call-outs. Been doing normal operations as we usually do, pothole patch and shoulder repair, ditch cleaning and litter pickup. I'm sure staff, last month, I wasn't at last month's meeting, I was off that day, and they told you about a debris contractor that defaulted. That contractor's name was Ashbrit. He started work on the 19th of January and walked off the job on January 28th, worked 9 days. Since that time, we've been working on securing bids for another contractor, and we're close. We have one right now out of South Carolina. Their name is Sela LLC. Going to have a kickoff meeting this week, and he's supposed to start first part of next week to go back and complete the debris removal. They'll go back to the primary system that they didn't complete and then move into the secondary system. And I hope we have good luck with this contractor. I hope they don't default as well. So it's been one long month where we haven't been able to clean any of the debris up. We have been out pushing, places back that stobs were sticking out, and I think we pretty much covered everything, and I thank you for that information, Mr. Alvarez, about pace. That was pretty tough, but the area headquarters went back and pushed that debris back. So, other than that, I got the study on Haynesville Fife. That's completed, and I think they noted that last time. Speed limit's going to be changed to 45. We're securing the signs. And it's not just 45. There's some not regulatory, but advanced warning signs they're going to be putting up. So the whole corridor is going to be 45 miles an hour once we're completed. Other than that, I don't have anything else. If y'all have any questions, please let me know.
Board, Ms. Laskett?
So, Mr. Wynn, I understand how difficult the storm was, and, my road is the same as everybody else's with trees and all around it, but I do appreciate the work that y'all have done, especially when we pointed out particular roads that were really bad, and y'all have taken care of those for us. So I appreciate and hope your new guy does great. From South Carolina, that's
That's where the company's stationed out of, yes.
right. Okay. But I just want to thank you for the work you've done.
Okay, thank you.
I see the roundabout, central office is reviewing, so should be getting an announcement on the roundabout anytime now?
And within the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think, yes.
Good. And then after that, you figure construction starts, how long after the bid is awarded?
It'll be, there's a cure period where they review everything. We probably won't see anything until April, May.
Okay. Good.
Okay.
We're moving along.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you touched on this or not, but it mentions in here the extension, the punch-through on Fairgrounds has been delayed. Is that?
I mean, it's not fully funded.
I guess that was the reason for the delay.
Yes, yes.
Money. Is there any status update on that, or just nothing to report at this point?
Nothing to report at this time.
Okay. And then the trees, I know there's more than one tree in the county.
Oh, yeah.
But I like to, a little prevention. There's one on Hermitage where it's leaning over the road enough to where the ball has come up out of the ground, and that's probably not gonna last much longer.
Okay.
It's across from, I think, 750 is the mailbox, but
All right.
if you cruise out there, whenever you get them on board.
We'll find it.
I
We'll
get there's
find
more
it.
than one tree, but maybe a little prevention before something happens. That's
Yeah.
all. So, good, thanks. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nguyen, I noticed, I know you said you're still working on the contract, but 64 is being cleaned out. I took it on Sunday and they would stop in traffic. Is that run by a different office?
No, that's a different contractor working on interstate system.
Okay,
It's basically two districts are working out there. You have the Culpeper District and the Richmond District. And we, from my understanding, they merged together to get the work done. They got, I don't know how many trucks out there. It's a
lot.
bunch, I can tell you that. And they're hauling a lot of debris to that old rest area that was never improved, right at west of air responsibility. And what they're doing, they're bringing that debris in and they're tub grinding it right on that property and hauling it off. Somewhere, I don't know where they're hauling it off.
one more question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for sending me the language for the agreement between VDOT and the Clean Goochland Committee.
We need to get together on that.
Okay.
Have a little meeting or something like
Yeah,
that.
okay, that
We can set
sounds
up
good.
something, that way we can start off running.
Right, I mean,
Walk in first and then starting to
do we
run.
need to put that into a contract ourselves, or is that something you do, or is,
That's gonna be a permit.
right?
We can talk through
Okay,
everything.
all right, we'll talk about it.
Mhm.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day. I don't see Ms. Rice. Or. Okay. So we don't have any staff?
I'm doing the HR report.
Oh, okay, Ms. Horlacher. County staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Barbara Horlacher, Deputy County Administrator. The HR staff is unable to be here today, so I will announce the new employees and then we'll ask them to stand. So I'm pleased to announce there's new staff in the Sheriff's Office, the Registrar's Office, General Services, and the Community Development. On February 1st, Rosalind Woodson joined the Sheriff's Office as their office manager to begin training and transitioning with the current office manager who will be retiring. On February 14th, Leanne White joined the Registrar's Office as a permanent part-time assistant registrar. This is a new position that was approved in the FY22 budget. Due to a recent retirement, Mr. Dwight Kenny joined the custodial staff part-time in the General Service Department on February 22nd. And finally, on February 7th, Austin Goyne joined the Community Development Team as the county's transportation manager. Mr. Goyne previously worked as a project engineer for Town Site Engineering in Midlothian. And if you're present, would you all stand up? And welcome to Hanover County. They won't ask you to do this again.
It's the last HR report you're gonna do.
Exactly. All right, thank you, Mr. Horlacher. Board, you have the planning and development activity and the accounts payable reports in your packet. If there are any questions, at this time, I would ask if anyone has any reports for any of the boards or committees that they'd like to share with us, please do so. No? Mr. Lumpkins, Mr. Peterson? Okay, well, I will just report out that serving on the CBTA, in our last meeting last week, we decided to move forward and post the position for the executive director. That executive director will will be an employee of Plan RVA, but all supervisor responsibility will remain with the CBTA, so they're moving forward. We're also working on our bond policies and how much we want to do as pay as you go, and so a lot of discussion around that, and I'll keep you updated as that moves forward. Anything else? Any other reports? Okay. All right, we'll move into our consent agenda. Is there any item that anyone would like to pull out of the group All right, so we will go ahead with the consent agenda as a group. Mr. Alvarez, if you will take us away.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the first item on the consent agenda is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2022 budget, transferring $200,000 from the fuel management project. This is a project that came in under cost because we switched vendors, and they did some of the work that we thought we were gonna have to do, so our proposal is to take that $200,000 and move it to project facilities, site improvement project, and it'll mostly be used for paving the lower parking lot. The second item on the agenda is also amending the county budget by budgeting and appropriating $452,653 in the school operating, cafeteria, and grant funds, and authorizing those fund transfers to other line items. Number 3 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2022 budget by budgeting and appropriating $250,000 in the Utilities Capital Improvement Fund, and this money will be used to purchase a property next to our pumping station in the east end of the county, next to the Tuckahoe Pines. Then the next item is for a lease to sign an agreement for a lease at the Town and Country Real Estate Office on Mannequin Road for our utilities folks. They already have a lease for an office there, and we're adding a second office. Next item is authorization for the county administrator to execute an agreement between the Commonwealth of Virginia Department of Transportation for adjustment of water, sanitary sewer facilities for the fairground roundabout. It's to increase the line size through that roundabout. And this is something that was approved some time ago, and the money's been set aside. And last but not least, a resolution requesting VDOT to accept the roads in Boundary Run subdivision into the secondary system. This was already approved a few months back, but the plat at the time had not been recorded properly. So now that it's been recorded properly, we're just asking that you approve it so VDOT can accept them into the highway system. And that's all on consent items.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Any questions, Mr. Alvarez? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda items 1 through 6 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving right along. I would like to invite Dr. Raley up to give us a presentation on the Goodson County Public Schools FY 2023 budget.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon, and it is my pleasure to represent the school board this afternoon with relation to their balanced budget that was approved earlier in February, and I'm thankful for the chance to share the highlights of that budget with you this afternoon and certainly answer any questions that you may have. The process that we follow as a school division is very similar to what you follow as a county, and we are in alignment in many ways with your approach to business. And this is a process, as we know, that started way back in October. And we have several staff members who are in the audience today, and I just want to thank them for their continued work as we have developed this budget. I'm proud of what we're able to present to you this afternoon, and it's been a collaboration between many, many different entities and staff inside our school division. So Mr. Spoonhour referenced that we are on the tail end of the pandemic. Hopefully all of the challenges of the past 2 years are behind us. I will never, ever forget March 13th, 2020, when decisions were made that impacted us for many years now. And so we are working through the challenges of the past 2 years, and ultimately, this is a budget that is designed to pave a path forward. And where do we go from here, now recognizing what we have experienced for the last 2 years? And ultimately, I will share with you the needs that we have identified as an organization that will help us recover from what we've experienced the last 2 years and ultimately continue to move the school division forward. So my goal for this afternoon is to just talk a little bit about our philosophical approach to building our school board's budget, provide some celebrations of what we have been able to accomplish. We're proud to support the county's overall objectives, and part of the success of our county certainly is the work that we do as a school division, and happy to contribute to what we do to support the overall needs of this community. And then dive a little bit into some of the identified needs that we have discovered through our budget development process. Talk about some opportunities for savings, and then ultimately talk about the revenue sources associated with the school board's budget request. Like you, this budget is directly aligned with what we believe is important in our school division. And for years now, we have had the vision to inspire the next generation of students whom we serve to make a positive impact on the world around them. I've been a part of organizations for many, many years, and as we know, some vision and mission statements are quite complex, but as you know, our vision and our mission is quite simple. We inspire students to make a positive impact, and we are here, driven every day to maximize the individual potential of each and every child who walks through our doors. And our core values of excellence, creativity, courage, honor, and optimism are part of who we are as a school division. Each and every employee believes in these core values and exemplifies them in their daily work. And then through our strategic plan, we have identified only 3 core goals, and you see them on your screen, and this presentation is aligned directly with those 3 core goals that have been identified as a part of our strategic plan. So as you know, when you build a budget, you spend resources on what you value and feel are important. Every dollar goes towards what you feel is needed and will help you accomplish the strategic objectives of your organization. And we are no different. And so our strategic plan, our vision, mission, and those core values drive our budget allocation. We spend dollars on what we feel is mostly important. And so we have instructional goals and objectives, as well as objectives related to our business operations. And ultimately, through the budget process, we want to align them. We don't want to spend a dollar on anything that is contrary to what we believe in and is contrary to what we believe is a part of our strategic objectives. And at the end of the day, ultimately every dollar that we spend needs to be dedicated towards the students whom we serve. We are proud to serve 2,600 students on a daily basis. Each and every child who walks through that door, we're responsible for ensuring that they grow and develop and ultimately become productive citizens who are going to make a positive impact on this world. So as we, as a school division, make decisions, every decision we make is not is truly focused on our kids whom we serve, and that drives what we do on a daily basis. So board members, I wanted to, before I dive into the accomplishments of our school division, I just wanted to pause for a moment and just share the pride that I have as your superintendent and what our school division has done over the course of the past 2 years. And every organization we know has been challenged by making really difficult decisions and being faced with decisions that we've never had to work through before. But our school division has been able to really successfully navigate the challenges of the past several years. And we've been able to keep our focus on what is most important, the students whom we serve, and making sure that we continue to be a point of pride for this community. And I believe we have done that and done that exceptionally well. But it has not come without some challenges. Through the pandemic, we've identified some needs that we have for our students from an academic standpoint, from a behavioral standpoint, socially. And so I typically stand in front of you and talk about all the amazing things that we accomplish as a school division, and I'm going to do that again today. But I also want to be transparent in some of the challenges, quite honestly, that we're facing right now as a school division. And this budget accomplishes some of those challenges, but also sets the tone for future conversations that we'll have next week at the joint work session and then again down the road. But for now, I am going to celebrate the great things that our school division has done and the work that and the investment that this community has made in our school division has resulted in some very significant accomplishments that makes me proud as your superintendent and as representative of the excellence of our school division. One of the things that we have not talked about much recently is the continued innovation that our school division has in our classrooms on a regular basis. And we are on an Apple platform. All of our students have access to the best devices that technology can buy. It's a direct result of the investment that this county has made in that technology. There are less than 500 schools worldwide that are recognized as Apple Distinguished Schools. All 5 of our schools have attained that recognition, and it's a point of pride for us as well. I've shared publicly in the past and sharing again today that for 3 years in a row now, our students who are students with disabilities and the staff who support our students with disabilities have received 100% compliance on academic measures as well as compliance measures. We are one of just a handful of school divisions across the Commonwealth who have earned this recognition, and it's a direct result of what our special education drivers and nurses and teachers and paraprofessionals have done to get this recognition on both test results and compliance initiatives. And then, as we know, I do not want us to take for granted the accolades and the successes of our school division, and now by niche we have been recognized not 1 or 2 or 3 years, but now 4 years in a row as the best school division in this Richmond metro region. And it's a result of everybody who is impacted by our school division. It's a result of the support that we receive from you, the investment this community makes in us, the work that happens in classrooms and clinics and cafeterias across this school division that we've been recognized for our efforts. And so really, really proud of what we continue to do. And this is the first year that Niche has ever done this rating, and for the first year, our teachers have been recognized by their success and recognized as having the best teachers in Richmond. And I want to spend some time really diving deep into that a little bit later in the presentation, because ultimately, to continue the success that we are having as a school division, you know that any organization's success is tied directly to the people and the talent of the people and the work that the people do to support the organization. We have the best teachers. Ultimately, it's our goal to make sure that we continue to retain the best and attract the best so that we can be successful well into the future. I'm thankful for the work that we all did together with Mr. Alvarez and county staff and how this community came together to support public safety initiatives in our school division in the bond referendum. I think as we were going through this, we were so busy that we were focused on the work, but we forgot about what an 85% plus approval rating really means. That's confidence, that's trust, that's recognition of the great work that the county and the schools are doing together to ultimately make sure this county is continually successful well into the future. So I want to thank our voters for their support, and ultimately this is an accomplishment that no other county or locality had this same success on their bond referendum in the course of the fall. So another point of pride for us all, another indication of our school division's success. But board members, I want to share with you some of the things that you may not be aware of that happen in our classrooms on a regular basis. And so we continue, even in the face of some of the challenges that we have impacting public education today, to continue to give our kids an absolutely amazing experience, whether it's with technology, on the volleyball court. We have the very first energy academy in the Commonwealth. Our students are designing systems with wind and solar energy. We're providing students with an outlet to help themselves grow and develop and be mentally and physically well, supporting students with disabilities in a positive way, a continued exposure to a variety of athletic and academic programs, and opportunities to be kids in a variety of settings. And so this is a snapshot of just some of the things that I have the pleasure of experiencing on a regular basis across our school division. And I'll tell you, board members, we continue to strive for excellence, and we're doing that on a regular basis. And I'm extremely proud of what our school division has done and continues to do in the face of some very significant adversity that we've all been through over the course of the past 2 years, not only with the pandemic, but with the additional scrutiny that public education has been under over the course of the past probably 12, 15 months. And so through it all, we have navigated those challenges extremely well and continue to be that school division that I am proud to serve in and proud to support this community in such a positive way. So, yeah. The ones have gone out the door. They didn't even make it to my desk. But what I do want to share with you is what we need moving forward, not only for the next fiscal year, but starting to set the tone for what we may need in future fiscal years. And truly, this is a needs-based budget. As you go through, you'll see the expenditures are largely dedicated towards meeting the continued recruitment efforts of our employees and paying a competitive salary and overall compensation package. There is minimal increase in any non-personnel budget items, quite honestly, in this budget. Any sort of inflationary factors, we've accounted for to a minor degree, but we really have not made any significant changes to our non-personnel budget lines. The vast majority of the resources in this proposed budget are going directly to personnel. So it is truly a needs-based budget. And so I want to dive in and talk a little bit about those for the next fiscal year. We have aligned this budget presentation based on our strategic goal area, and the first one is maximizing each student's potential as we prepare them ultimately for success in life. This is largely an instructional goal area and focuses on lifelong learning. But one of the things that we have seen academically, board members, quite honestly, and this is a situation that happened prior to the pandemic but has been exacerbated by the pandemic, is learning loss that's been associated with time out of school. Whether it was the summer or some of the challenges of what we experienced over the course of the past 2 years, we do have some concerns academically for our students in both reading and mathematics. And this is just an indication of what we call the summer slump. And so this budget does include some resources for us to hopefully lessen the impact over time of the summer slump. Dr. Geyer, next week when we get together at our joint work session, is going to spend some time really diving deep into some other academic measures, but this is just an indication of what we have seen over time related to what happens over the course of the summer. So the current budget does include some dollars for us to expand some of our programs over the course of the summer. It expands a relationship that we have with the United Way in getting some of our students who have no preschool experience a few short weeks prior to the start of their kindergarten experience to kind of get used to what school can be. This budget includes an extension of our relationship with the YMCA and adds another week to that relationship where we can provide 4 or 5 more days of academic support for our students through what we call the Power Scholars Academy. And it starts to dabble around some opportunities for us to provide some additional enrichment to our students through what we're calling intersessions, which are week-long learning experience for students. So some additional resources dedicated to that. So as you see on this slide, board members, this is a summary of that first goal area, and really only a 0.57 FTE increase in year-over-year personnel. And I will say that that 0.57 was non-budgeted for the current year. So we're just capturing that for the future fiscal year. It's not even a new position. It just was not in our current budget. So we're accommodating for that. But you can see local dollars and state dollars, it's an increase of $33,700 in state and local resources, a very small increase in funding for this particular goal area. There are some funding increases that are federally funded in the proposed budget to the tune of $500,000, and you can see most of that is dedicated toward that expansion in summer programming that I just shared on the previous slides. Goal 2 is aligned with an inclusive and engaging culture. I'm going to spend most of my time on that second bullet, employing a diverse, dynamic, and expert workforce, and this is really where I'm going to slow down a little bit and spend a little more time. But again, board members, here are some pictures of the work that happens in our school division. And as was referenced earlier today, you know, this county overall benefits from the dedication and talent of many, many employees who work at our convenience centers, work in our schools, work in every aspect of county government. And so here are some of our employees in the school division who put their badge on, come to work, and provide exceptional support for this community. Not only supporting our students, but supporting our families and citizens, and just continuing the excellent work of our school division. We are a complex organization with multiple cylinders and pistons that are moving up and down at different times, and if any one of these aspects of our organization is not strong, we sputter and we don't move at the rate where we need to. So it takes all of us as a school division to support our students, our families, and continue the excellent work of our school division. So one of the things that we do on an annual basis and this is a presentation that was given to our school board in December, is we look at all of our employment categories and we compare ourselves as a school division to 6 other school divisions in the region. So there are a total of 7 school divisions within our competitive market. And what we do is we look at every employment category and we rate ourselves compared to those other 6 school divisions, and we see where we are in relation to the market. And so this is where we are based on apples to apples comparison of the 2021-2022 school year. Our current salaries highlighted in yellow, and then the salaries of the 6 other competitive school divisions in the region to the right-hand side. And you can see the ranking for each school division at each band from 0 to 25 on that graph. We also look at not only where we rank in comparison to those other school divisions, but how close are we to the median, how far away are we from the median. And so with 7 school divisions, it's real nice. You got 3 to the top, you got 3 to the bottom, you got your median right there at number 4. And so this graphic shows the regional median. It's steps 0 through 25, our current salary at those steps, and the distance that we are from the median at each step along the way. And so what we do is we look at that and see kind of how we're doing in the market. And board members, we, as you know, have dedicated resources towards salary improvement over time. And I'm thankful for every dollar that has spent towards salary improvement. But unfortunately, we have not gained the ground that we had hoped to gain over time with salary improvement. And so what you see here is looking at bands from 0 to 25 from top to bottom. If you see a green square, that means we are above the median at that band. If you see a yellow square, we are at the median at that band. Red square, we are below the median. You can see in 2017, we were above the median in 4 out of 6 pay bands for our teachers. As time has gone on, we unfortunately have turned the yellow and the green from red, and it certainly has not been a result of a lack of effort or a lack of finances. It's just been a result of the market conditions that are around us. And so here we are at this point in time where we're not at the median at any of these pay bands, and it's creating a concern for us as we think about attracting and retaining talent and continuing the strong success of our school division. So zooming out a little bit, you can see that teachers are not at the median at any one of those pay bands. There are different categories in our employment group where we are at the median or above the median. But for the purpose of today, I'm going to dive in a little bit more on teacher salaries. And you have seen this graphic before. We talked about it at our joint work session, and it's no secret to anyone that inflation year over year last year was at 7% when you factor in a variety of goods and services based on the Consumer Price Index. So this budget includes a recommendation for a 3% merit increase for employees and a 2% market adjustment for all employees. That's the baseline of this recommendation from a salary employment standpoint. What I'm going to do is dive in a little bit more in some details regarding other employment groups, but for all employees who earn a year's worth of successful performance, either being satisfactory or exemplary, this is the school board's recommendation for a 3% merit increase and then a 2% market adjustment. So one of the challenges that we have as an employee, as an employer, is recognizing where we draw our workforce. And this graphic shows specifically our teacher workforce. We have 272 teachers, and as you can see, the vast majority of those teachers live outside of Goodson County. And so what we've done, we've broken that down by geographic region. We said, okay, how far are these folks really driving to become a part of our group and support our students and staff as an employee of our school division? And board members, what we're seeing right now is that for years, our school division has had these intangible components that has allowed us to retain our staff and attract staff. And, you know, we're proud of the small class sizes that we have. You know, that is an ingredient that helps us to be successful. The environment that we create from an administrative standpoint and support that we provide with some autonomy in the classroom. Some of our policies are certainly employee friendly. Our focus not on just a singular SOL test, but looking at how students grow over the course of the year is something that has helped us to retain staff in the past. I talked about the technology and ultimately the support that we have in this community you don't find everywhere, and that has been something that has helped us from an attraction and retention standpoint. But what we're seeing is some of those intangibles and some of those things that maybe aren't salary related that have helped us in recruitment and retention are being squeezed right now by some of the economic factors, quite honestly, that none of us are immune from. And so inflation, rising cost of childcare, fuel prices, housing costs, travel times, some of those things are kind of putting us in a vice a little bit, and it's starting to impact what we're seeing from a personnel standpoint. I spent time with principals today, and we went down all the openings that they have at each of their schools. And here we are on March 1st, and we have more current and potential openings than we have had in a long time, as long as I've been serving this school division. So we're starting to see that a little bit, where a story today was, well, this teacher can make $5,000 more and they can work 5 minutes away from their home. We're hearing more people start to look at employment a little bit differently as a result of some of those factors that you see on the right-hand side. It's just a reality of what we're facing right now. So what the school board is recommending at this point in time is going beyond that 5% for our teachers and revising the salary scale so that the average teacher would get a 6.14% raise in their year-over-year salary. So what we wanted to see is, if this is what finally makes it through the budget process and the salary of 6.14 is where we land, will we gain ground on our competitors? Assuming that every other school division would give a 5% raise and our school division gives a 6.14% raise, would we gain ground? And unfortunately, we would not gain the ground that we would want to gain. And so here's where we are currently on a median market analysis basis. And you can see that those numbers are still in the negative in the bottom. And unfortunately, we don't make it to the median, even with a 6.14% increase. And so we're currently all red from top to bottom in 2021, and with a 6.14% increase, assuming a 5% for others, unfortunately, we still do not get to that yellow or green area from top to bottom. We also have a need to make sure we're competitive with our teacher substitutes, and here's where we are currently in that market, a little more competitive than we are with our full-time employees, but still below some of our school divisions where we have competitors. And as you can imagine, it's really challenging at times to be able to fill our classrooms with substitute teachers. So we want to be extremely competitive here. So we're recommending an increase in substitute teacher pay slightly, and you can see the differential between 21-22 and the proposed 22-23, which are slight increases on daily rates. In addition to the work that our teachers do, we've done an analysis of our other employment categories: paraprofessionals, instructional assistants, custodians, food service personnel, and clerical staff. And the same analysis applies here. Yellow is at median, green's above median, and red is below median in our competitive market. So the school board's proposal has a significant investment in being more competitive for these lower wage earners who are truly the backbone of our school division, who provide support to get students to and from school, feed students, keep our facilities clean, and make sure that the business operations are taken care of. So some substantial revisions to these hourly pay rates, and you can see on this screen where we are recommending moving cafeteria workers and custodians, as well as some of our instructional assistants, so that we can pay at least what some of the fast food restaurants and big box stores are paying on an hourly basis. So all in all, board members, this is where the most significant investment in the proposed FY23 budget is, and you can see in the middle column there, nearly $1.8 million in new spending dedicated towards this goal area, with the vast majority going towards staff compensation and benefits. A little few dollars here or there going towards some recruiting initiatives and some other minor adjustments, but by and large, $1.8 million going towards this goal area. And then the last goal area is to enhance and support the instructional and learning needs of all staff. Specifically, this relates to facilities and technology and some of our operational needs. One of the things that we have spent dollars on this year are some significant increases to the work that we're doing with our HVAC. And so you can see a significant amount of dollars that have been spent there at both Byrd and Randolph, and some things we've done to get students outside for dining and for classroom. At the top of the screen, you can see what we'd be proposing to use some dollars for next year within this goal area. Many of these are included in the capital improvement request that we've discussed in settings in the past. So goal 3 is $202,000 in either state or local dollars, and actually a decrease in federal funding for this goal area because we have spent those funds in the past and we would not be spending those in the future. So actually that federal budget would be decreased next year as a result of expending some of those funds this year. One of the things we do as a school division is analyze every budget line. And my department heads and my principals, we meet, we say, do you really need this resource this year? Are you using this in a way that's going to get us the best investment for our funds? And can we strategically abandon this program or this project and use those funds to support our overall strategic initiatives? And we've been doing this now during my time here. This is our 6th budget, and we still look for that. We still try to find ways to say, are we really getting the return on the investment that we want here? And so we've been able to identify $70,000 in savings through strategic abandonment and saying, well, let's look at how we can maybe manipulate some things here and use these dollars in a different way to support our overall strategic initiatives. So it adds up, $3,500 here, $2,000 there, overall a result of $71,000. And with the federal resources, it's a reduction of $15,000. So ultimately, board members, when it comes to an expenditure summary, this is a budget that includes additional expenditures of $2.626 million. I talked about the 0.57 FTE in Goal 1. The 1 FTE in Goal 2 is a federally funded grant position called the Dean of Students at Goodson Middle School to help support the behavioral needs of our students at Goodson Middle School. So a very, very minor increase in personnel recommended in this budget. This is a summary of where the dollars in this proposed budget are going, and as it always has been, dedicating resources directly to the classroom. And so if you add up the 72.6% and you add up the dollars that are dedicated towards technology at 6.8%, nearly 80 cents on every dollar is going directly into the classroom to support classroom instruction in this proposed budget. And then if you slice and dice the pie a different way, salary and benefits remain over 80% of the total budget. And that's just simply because of the business that we're in. And we certainly need our staff to continue our strategic objectives and continue the success and excellence of the school division. We are a people-heavy organization, and that's where the dollars are going to in this proposed budget. So the big question is, an increase of $2.6 million, where did the resources come from to support that? And so this budget, board members, is based off of Governor Northam's introduced budget in December. As you know, we're waiting to see what happens in the Senate and the House version at this point in time, but this is what we have to base this recommendation right now. And so what we see in this proposal is an increase of 19% in the state sales tax revenue, which is positive for us. It really helps us because that's just a result of the spending that takes place across the Commonwealth. We do budget conservatively. Rather than expecting 100% of that revenue, we say, oh, hold on, what if things happen? So we budget at 97.5% of what we project, just so we're looking at a conservative revenue estimate there. You can see an increase in other state aid from $4.5 million to $4.8 million, which is a 7.9% increase, and then a slight increase in federal aid as well. This graph shows the history over time, and the blue bars are the state sales tax projections. Through 2021, they are final figures. 2022 is a budgeted sales tax figure, and 23 is a budgeted sales tax figure. So we expect $22 to come in a little bit higher than we budgeted, but for presentation purposes, that is a budgeted figure in 22. And you can see how we're really expecting a significant increase in state sales tax revenue year over year, as well as additional revenue from the state. We continue to remain extremely thankful for what this community does to support public schools in our community. You have been extremely strong supporters of our school division and have provided year-over-year increases to support our overall operations. So this budget is built with an increase in local transfer of $1 million. That was referenced in Mr. Alvarez's presentation last week, and it mirrors his recommendation to you, a total of $25.5 million in local transfer year over year. This graph shows the distribution of overall funds, including state, federal, local, and other miscellaneous revenue. And you can see that overall that distribution has not changed significantly. You do see the federal funds in the last couple of years increase a little bit, and that's just as a result of what we have experienced with the infusion of COVID dollars. That will normalize in time. That will go back to being a much smaller portion of our budget over time. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about how we plan on accommodating for that funding cliff when that time does come very, very soon. So again, I'm proud to present you a balanced budget and a recommendation that was approved unanimously by our school board. $2.6 million in additional investments is matched by $2.6 million in additional revenue. It is balanced. One of the questions that I know public school divisions are being asked across the Commonwealth and across the nation, quite frankly, is, how are school divisions spending their federal dollars, specifically their COVID dollars, and what are you going to do whenever those resources dwindle up and dry up? And so what you see on this screen are three different pots of money of federal funds. Okay, so I'm going to start from the right. Title I are funds that go directly to Byrd Elementary School. That's a result of the student demographics of that school. Title IV are some minor safety dollars that we get there. So you can see that those are funds that have been in our school division for years, are likely to continue in our school division for years. And we're using those funds to pay for 5.66 FTEs. IDEA Title 6B are funds dedicated specifically to meeting the needs of our students with disabilities. And we fund some staff through that. You can see 8.34 FTEs are funded with those Title 6B funds. They're funds that have always been in the budget, likely to continue to stay in the budget, so we don't have to necessarily worry about the funding cliff with those. Where we do need to focus is these COVID ARPA funds. And so what we're proposing for next year is reducing the number of staff that we're currently funding with COVID ARPA funds to 10.51 staff for next year, and then eventually a transition plan away from using federal funds if we even continue to have those positions. What you see really here in these 10.51 FTEs is a reflection of some of the challenges that we've seen from a student behavioral standpoint this year, from a social standpoint, from a mental health standpoint this year. We have seen some significant challenges in meeting the needs of students through the pandemic. The pandemic was not kind to kids, regardless of a student's background, whether they came from a house with a whole lot of family support or no support. Every student was really impacted by the pandemic, and we're seeing that. We're seeing some challenges just from a behavioral standpoint and from a social standpoint. So a dean of students is directly related to supporting our students at the middle school and helping them make better choices when it comes to their behavior. Interventionists are helping us to close the gap from an academic standpoint, and permanent substitutes allow us to fill in some gaps whenever we have some staffing deficits and ultimately supporting kids. So that's what we're proposing to use our federal funds for next year. And then ultimately the board has created a transition plan. This is where those resources would go for 22-23, and then ultimately deciding 23-24 and 24-25, do we discontinue these positions, or do we say, okay, we have X amount of dollars, we have to cut them, or we're going to fund them? Ultimately, the school board's going to have to prioritize and say, we want to continue these positions well into the future, and certainly may not be able to based on some revenue restrictions. But the board has thought about this and has created a transition plan, because ultimately we know those resources are going to dry up and need to recognize that funding cliff that's coming. So this is a proposal at this point in time recognizing that topic. As I have in the past, if there is any additional revenue that comes from any sort of source, these are the priorities that have been identified by the school board as next to be funded. These are not in the current budget right now, but any additional revenue would go towards dedicating support for these positions. And so we've done the immediate needs, midterm needs, and long-term needs just from a tiered standpoint. So here are a few of the things that we would like to fund should we get any additional revenue. And then tier 2 needs, which likely will show up in subsequent years potentially, but one of the things that we're forecasting for the future. And then ultimately, tier 3 is out there a little bit further. And these may not be needs in 4 or 5 years, they may be, but ultimately it's just recognizing that we need to start to think about the long-term personnel and facility and resource needs that we may have as a school division. So if we have any additional end-of-year funds, this is a proposal on how we may need to use those funds with one-time costs, capital costs that would not be recurring in any sort of future budget. So we've identified those if we end the year with any sort of end-of-year surplus. So I'm going to pause there for a second just to catch my breath and see if you have any questions about our operational budget request.
Board? Ms. Lessman?
I do, thank you, Dr. Rayleigh.
Yes, ma'am.
So, having seen this for the first time today, there are a lot of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So one of them is, and it's kind of the most recent here, and I'll go back, is using the COVID ARPA funds for staffing. And that's a one-time revenue used for staffing. Now, are you saying that in this budget, the 23 proposed budget, that all those 10.5, whatever the number of positions, they are 100% covered by the ARPA COVID funds? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what happens with like the benefits, insurance and all that? We pay that?
They're paid for with the grant funds.
They are paid out of the grant funds?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how much of those, and I see that you've got a plan for the future as those funds go away. Is this the last full year we will get those funds? 23?
I believe we could get them through the 24 fiscal year as well.
Okay, so we could have another year after this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you're taking a look at that.
Yeah.
Because that's like a golden rule, that you don't do that. Hire staff with one-time funds.
Sure.
So I'm glad you're taking a look at that. You talked about the projected, if you don't, I've just got like a whole. Okay, so you talked about what you might do with a turnback. Do you have an estimate at this point of the amount?
No, ma'am, we don't. We usually get a pretty good indication during the last quarter of the year. So
Yeah.
after we run our March payroll, we'll have a pretty good feel for things. What we're concerned about, quite honestly, are fuel costs, as you can imagine right now. And so there's very little contingency in our budget to absorb some of those challenges. And so we'll have a better feel in the last quarter.
Okay, and I thought it might be a little bit early for that.
Yeah.
On your revenues, and you flashed through that pretty quickly, and maybe I need to go back and just study it. I just am curious at how confident you are about those revenue streams. And I know that state budget, obviously, you know, and there's competing budgets between the House and the Senate.
Right.
So we don't even know where that's all gonna land yet.
Right. Yeah, I think the sales tax revenue will hold strong and true. I haven't heard much chatter about any sort of changes to that projection. The House and Senate version, as you referenced, is a little bit different. Ultimately, I don't think there's going to be any significant negative impact in state revenue. You know, I think legislators have talked about supporting public education, and I know Governor Youngkin is supporting public education. So I don't expect any sort of negative change in state revenue. But, you know, as we know, this is a process that goes through mid-April. So if we get some alternative news, we'll certainly share that with you if it would have any sort of impact in a negative way.
Right, yeah, the veto session's not till the end of April, so,
Yeah.
yeah, we still got plenty of time for that.
Yeah.
Do the schools, and I don't know the answer to this, so I just may as well admit it, but, do the schools get any of the grocery tax revenue?
Yeah, so this is based off of Governor Northam's budget, which had a grocery tax hold harmless in there. So if that variable is manipulated in any way, then it could impact that sales tax projection. So yes, we are the beneficiaries of the grocery sales tax.
Okay, I thought that might be the case, so, that could be a significant,
Could be,
yeah.
could be.
And again, we'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
You had referenced the $12 an hour rate that you're proposing. Would you make that effective January 1?
We would make that effective July 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would that be?
That's typically our contract season. We start with new contracts July 1st, and so and therefore that's entry level for us. For example, part-time custodians, that would be their beginning pay with their new contract.
Right, even though the law doesn't change to January 1?
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. And, make sure I read my notes. You had referenced the number of students. So right now, and I know it's a projection and, you know, a lot of factors, holding kind of steady on the number of students?
Yeah, we're building this budget off of 2,500 students, which is our current average daily membership projection. So it's stagnant, no growth, no decline.
Right,
That's what we're building this on.
right, okay. Something else had crossed my mind, but I've forgotten it now, so I'll let you go, but that holds me for now. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Mr. Lunkins?
No, Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson?
All the time here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that presentation. And maybe I'll just start out with a 30,000 foot here. And it's a pleasure to sit here and have you present a budget that dovetails and matches the numbers that are in the county budget. That is a pleasure. It's also a pleasure to have you present to us a balanced budget. That's also a pleasure. So big picture, this is really good stuff. Something citizens may or may not appreciate is, and we just went through the credit rating presentations, was that your enrollment really over the last 4 or 5 years has been relatively stable. There hasn't been tremendous growth in the number of students overwhelming our schools, which is good and bad because we get some money from the state based on the number of students, but it hasn't put a lot of strain or pressure. And that's why we're not seeing a lot of FTEs in the school system, because we don't have a lot of full-time students under the full-time equivalents. So that's just something I'll highlight. So all those are good stuff. Now I get to the granular level, down to the level. I have in our board packet on page 93 was a transmittal letter that you had provided to us when you transmitted the budget to the county side.
Yes, sir.
And I don't believe I caught it in this presentation, but one of the line items that caught my attention was the transportation fund category actually had a decline of 4.4%. And I go to gas stations, I look at the price, and I think, how can you transport children for less money this year than you did last year? Is there any color you can give us around that? Is that?
Yeah, I want to celebrate Ms. Rosie Holman, who's our Director of Transportation, who continues to fine-tune our routes and provide efficiencies where we can identify savings just from an operational standpoint. It's that, and quite honestly, it's the staggered starts that we are implementing this year that we piloted last year. We have less drivers, so we have less FTEs there, and so that's where we're able to find some personnel savings, and just through the efficiencies and routing, we're able to save some dollars. What I do worry about, quite honestly, long-term is that category, especially what's maybe happening worldwide and how that may impact fuel prices. So we'll have to monitor that, but you know, we've tried to narrow those margins within that budget line.
Okay, yeah, good. Well, that staggered start seems like you're redesigning how you do things as opposed to just trying to squeeze more out of the same, which is good, that strategic redesign. 'Cause I know the competition for truck drivers is up there. I know wages are going. I know the fuel's going. And if you can figure out ways to get kids safely in their seats for less money, that's great. Okay, that's all I had at this point. I'll have some things on the CIP, but that's for later. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Lastly, is just congratulations again on all the accomplishments. Being the best in the region, it speaks volumes about your staff and everybody involved with what they're doing on a day-to-day basis. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'll yield back.
Mr. Lunkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They covered a few things, but I'll start out echoing Mr. Peterson. Thank you, and thank the school board for presenting a balanced budget within the numbers. I think that's important and helpful to the community. I'm not going to go in any particular order. I just made some notes. I'm just going to pick them off here. Where do you get the assumption? And as I've been 5.5 years on, 6.5 years on the school board. And the further I get away from it, I'm getting more comfortable that, I don't need to get my claws into it so deeply, but I still look at the salaries, and I remember the discussions even you and I had and your team
Right.
about that challenge, and it continues to be a challenge for you, and I'm glad you're meeting it. The red squares, I know you present them because they bother you, and I guess, but where do you get the assumption of a 5% increase in the other competing areas?
Yeah, pure assumption, and quite honestly, it's a low assumption. That's an assumption that's based off of Governor Northam's recommended budget, that 5% salary increase, localities, in order to accept those funds, need to give the same. So there are school divisions giving a 5 that are presenting at this point in time, others that are going more than that, but it was a baseline assumption saying, if we do this and they do that, are we going to gain any ground?
So that 5% in his budget is pure teacher salaries?
I believe it's overall employees, but I'm applying it towards
Okay.
teachers, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's all education employees.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, what, and this is something I should know, but I'll ask you, and I have a question for Mr. Alvarez after this. The $1 million increase reflects what percentage?
It's
And that's something I
4%,
know-
4% local increase year over year.
4% local increase, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, you said 2,500, you answered 2,500 ADM, that's good. Our LCI hasn't changed, obviously.
No, sir.
All right, no anticipation of that. Number that surprised me, we went from 69 to 65% of the total budget. The local contribution went from 69 to 65%. Historically, do you know what it's, because when my recollection was, it was even higher than that.
It's typically high 60s, low 70s, and I think, that's just a reflection of some of the infusion of federal resources
Right.
that have kind of impacted that proportion.
Right. And another thing, and again, I'm focusing because salaries is such a big part, and
Sure.
the discussions that I'm familiar with that we had were always salary, and we're having the same thing on the county side.
Yeah.
Obviously, your compensation is not all in. I mean, the numbers you've been talking about salary are not all in compensation. They don't count benefits.
Well, correct. I mean, so this presentation has an increase, a 3% increase in health insurance benefits. What we're talking about with the board on Monday night is our newest version of health insurance rates, which we expect will be less than 3%, so we could use any sort of benefit savings towards accomplishing some other strategic objectives.
Could we hear from our finance folks? Isn't it 0?
Yeah, that's what we're told at this point in time, and we're going to share that with the school board on Monday. Yeah. Well, 3 of them are already here. Yeah.
All right, well, that's probably something to
That's a
work with.
positive. It's a savings of about $91,000, I believe, that we can then plow into those tier 1 needs.
And I'll just go on a little tangent on the insurance thing. I hope we can work together. On my time doing this, I've noticed the boards were apart, they came back together, they may be drifting apart in terms of staying on the same page. But obviously, how you structure the health benefits impacts our experience more than the county side, because you have a lot more employees on the school board side. So
Yeah.
that's something I know we've been pressing our staff to look at as we continue moving forward. So I hope we can coordinate on that effort. I think there's some ways to just protect ourselves a little bit as an organization and facilitate the right mix of benefits to our employees.
Sure.
But back to, on track here, the other thing on the salary, you said something that caught my attention, is you have more openings in the past. Because, let me back up, that was always my question to you, like,
Yeah.
hey, we're feeling this pressure. Well, I'm like, are people leaving? Are people
Yeah.
walking in saying, I'm gonna leave if you don't do
Yeah.
this? And it's always been, you don't want, the response I've gotten is, we don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I get that, but that slide you had with the manual vice, I'm glad you had that in there, because there are reasons to work in Goochland besides salary. There's, and I contend on the county side, there's lots of reasons to work in Goochland. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, we're feeling that pinch now more than ever, Mr. Lumpkins, and, there are those intangibles that have made us, that destination location for employment. But I talked to an employee today that said, look, I drive by 4 middle schools on my way to work, and I can work in that other school division and make $10,000 more. And we're at that point now. where people are really looking at that, where maybe they haven't in the past, and just a result of economic factors. And so that's a conversation that our employees are talking about more than they ever have. And so just really hypersensitive to that right now.
Well, and let me jump out to that, because when you say that we have more openings in the past, my anecdotal experience would be, and my gut tells me all schools are having that, because a lot of people have, a lot of folks, teachers, younger folks that my children know are just like, I'm not sure this is for me,
You're right.
you know, particularly after pandemic mess.
Yeah.
So are others, because if other school divisions are having the same experience, then I would say that argues against, oh, we have more openings than we have, ergo salary is the issue. It might be, going back to the intangibles might be
Yeah.
what brings them back.
Yeah. It's a more competitive market, Mr. Lumpkins, than I've ever experienced in my 9 years being a superintendent. And, you know, public education has been at the forefront of a lot of conversations at kitchen tables. And there are folks who are deciding whether or not they want to continue to be a public educator and get into the profession. And it's really, really drained the pipeline, quite honestly. And so if you're a talented teacher, you can write your own ticket and go wherever you want to go right now, because people want that experience. So it's really just created a challenge in the market that we haven't had to really work through in the past.
Well, I appreciate you. I can tell y'all have given it a lot of thought. And again, I'm with the rest of the board members, really appreciate the balanced budget. I'll go to your page 89, tier 1 slide that you don't need to go to it. I'm just mentioning that. That's what I was on the lookout for. And you didn't have you had what your salary for the top bullet, I think, had a 50,000 or number there, but you didn't have a dollar amount next to each bullet, or do you have a dollar for the whole bucket on tier 1?
We have dollar amounts for each one of those bullets that I've shared with the school board. I just didn't put them in this presentation.
Well,
I'm happy to share that with the supervisors.
yeah, and do you have a ballpark figure of what, and I guess the way I wrote the question before I saw the slide was, how much additional dollars are needed for you to meet some of the things you're leaving on the table?
Yeah, I don't want to give you a false number publicly. I'm happy to total that up and share that with you following this meeting.
Yeah, it's just more money. It's more money. I got you. I just, all right.
Just wanted to know how much we don't give you.
Anything else, Mr. Lumpkins?
It would be good to see some of the dollar figures next to those items.
Happy to do
It would be
that.
helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Peterson?
Mr. Chairman.
I'll send that to them following the meeting. Thank you, Ms. White.
Early release that to the board later. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one very specific, very quickly. It might be a suggestion as much as it is a question. Could you go back, if you could, to the median versus Goodson, and this would be the after, not the before? Is it possible to get to that slide?
Happy
or
to, yeah.
Is that, wasn't meant to be a trick question, but
Yeah, we'll get there.
it's a very specific question. It won't take long, and
Didn't you yield back all your time?
yeah, but I reharvested
actually.
some of my yield.
No, he did Miss Lascalette. I took notes.
This is new time, not the old time. This is taking some of your half hour that you didn't use. Yeah, there we go. Is this, I think this is the after the 6%?
After,
Okay.
yes, sir.
As I, 2 or 3 things for me. One is the peer group includes large counties and small counties, and pretty big distinction between those. I think number 1 across the board happened to be the biggest county with the biggest checkbook, and maybe it's number 2, but you get the idea. So it'd be interesting to know how we fare against our direct competitors versus our bordering. And I know the borders are your competition, but the direct competition is folks that can afford to. That's an interesting, don't need to do it now, but that's an interesting way to look at both ways.
Yeah.
So here's all our borders, and here's the ones that have the same size checkbook we do. Did you want to respond? I'll keep
Yeah,
going here.
we lose teachers to
To
Henrico,
everybody.
Chesterfield, and Richmond. We don't lose as many teachers to Fluvanna and Louisa and Powhatan. So it's those school divisions to the east where
Bigger checkbooks. And we're
there
just
are
never-
strongest
We're not
competitors.
going to be able to compete, I don't think, on that directly. The second thing, and this is really more specific, on this one, it looks like a couple of things. One is 0 to 10, we're just right about there. 15 to 25, we start to fall off a bit. But let's just stay with the 0 to 10. This shows dollars, so if I read this correctly, we're $634 a year below the median, including large and smalls, for zero. It'd be helpful, to me at least, in this board, to say, can you, under that 634, can you put the percent? So we know that with a 1% increase, we jump from red 7 to green 3 or whatever, you know. What's the magnitude on a percentage basis? So as we're looking at the budget on a percentage basis, 6.1% increase. With a 6.2 increase, we'd be in the median. I mean, that would help us to know how close we are to being in that median on a percentage basis, because that's kind of the way you presented the budget, so.
Okay.
That's it, just a suggestion as much as anything else.
Happy to do that.
Because it looks like we are pretty darn close, and if I'm driving past 2 other schools and say I can make $139 more a year with 5 years' experience, is that enough to say, anyway, you get the idea.
Sure.
So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
While you're on that slide, Dr. Riley, something's missing. So we're saying a 5% increase, but then on the top it says a 6.14%.
6.14 is the school division's proposal at this point in time. So if this is a hypothetical, if Goochland gives a 6% raise and everybody else gives a 5% raise, what would be the new regional median? What would be Goochland's new salary, and what would be the differential?
Right, I understand that piece. What I don't understand is, because I thought we were proposing a 5% increase, but are we saying it's a
A
6?
salary adjustments.
It's 6.14.
6.14 specifically for teachers,
Gotcha.
5% for other employee groups, with the exception of some of our hourly employees.
Okay, great. Can you explain, are our teachers 12-month contracts or 10-month?
They are a 200-day contract. They are paid over the course of 12 months, but they are employed for 200 days.
200 days. So when we have, I like the proposed new schedules and things like that. Does that include, will the 200 days include those days? So if we have, like a teacher signs up to do an intercession period.
Right.
Is that additional compensation, or is it in their current contract?
At this point in time, of course, we pressed pause on that conversation for a little bit, but we're going to reinvigorate that in the next month or two. Any sort of balanced calendar would not change a teacher's contract.
Okay,
It'd
so-
still be employed for 200 days. And anything they would work above and beyond that, they'd be paid an hourly rate.
Okay, so if a teacher works above, so they can earn additional dollars.
They can for doing summer school and potentially intercession work or anything above and beyond that contract time.
Okay. And the last question I had, so, yes, the same appreciation. I remember when I was sitting in Susan's, where Susan is now, and you show that slide, and I think I made a comment, like, I said, this could be really bad next year. So I'm actually not surprised to see this, because I think we sort of saw it coming. One of the things, I think the most surprising thing that, and it's been a minute since I've had a child in the school, but at the beginning of the pandemic, there was almost as much focus on the feeding programs as there was on getting the institutional. So it really showed how much the community relies on the schools as a feeding program. In the budgets, I don't see anything referencing that. So I'm curious, and I know some of it comes from other funds, but what of our local tax dollars goes to the feeding programs?
Yeah, so ultimately, that is a self-sustaining program. Generally, the revenue for our food service program comes from the federal government largely, a little bit of state dollars here or there, and then it comes from individual sales that you are a paying customer. What we've experienced in the last 2 years is the federal government has been subsidizing 100% of that program, and you haven't had to pay for meals. The unknown is what happens at the federal level when those resources go away, how that's going to impact our budget. So what we are budgeting for is a few local dollars, $35,000, $40,000, to balance that budget, because ultimately food costs are rising, the federal reimbursement doesn't accommodate for all that, and we have to contribute some local dollars, but it's approximately $50,000 to help balance that budget.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. As you know, we're making some great headway on broadband. And I know there was a line item in the budget for all the devices that we had out, and we were paying for those services. Has you and your board talked about what the policy is going to be as people have the ability to get internet, if we're still going to be covering those costs, or how that's going to work?
Yeah, what we see is a weaning away of those devices that we have supported. There are a few dollars in what I shared with you in the federal funds in goal area 3, but it's less than it is in the current budget, and I expect is, going to eventually wean its way away, because ultimately with increased broadband, it's going to be a personal responsibility for broadband versus, a school division's responsibility to provide that. And so what we see is this steady weaning away of providing those devices and support.
Okay. Mr. Delinquent, is that?
Yeah, but if you're done,
That was,
just, I saw this earlier, I skipped it, but some of the discussion has been going back to it. It's kind of in the category when I was on the school board, like no telling what he's gonna latch onto in a presentation. But
I'm ready, Mr. Lumpkins.
like old times here. Here's one from left field. A stipend for grade level leadership was at the bottom of tier 3. And that caught my eye, thinking, are you guys looking at like a career ladder kind of thing? And what, just wondering if that's part of a bigger thing.
So that particular item is just a recognition of the work that people do above and beyond their contract time that they're not currently compensating for. If I am the third grade teacher at Randolph Elementary School and I have 4 other colleagues and I'm organizing them from a leadership standpoint regarding materials and supplies, where we're going to go on field trips and organizing the events of the day, I'm getting paid my same hourly rate. And so this is just a minor recommendation. I think it was a proposal for like $250 per teacher just to recognize those additional leadership opportunities.
In the mix, do you have kind of a career, a change from traditional scales, you hear for 5, 10, 15,
Yeah, what we've done is we tried to build in some career ladders to recognize some of those growth opportunities for teachers. We have added a few more, what I'm going to call 11-month teachers, to help us with curriculum development and planning for some of the instructional needs we have. We've added a few of those over the course of the past couple of years. We've pressed hold on that for right now. But ultimately, I'd like to have more teachers on an 11-month contract to be able to provide some career ladder opportunities.
gotcha, good, all right, thank you.
Ms. Laskowitz?
Okay, so Chairman Spoonhour brought this up, so I just wanted to go full circle. Right now, this proposed budget that will expire June 30th, 23,
Yes, ma'am.
does not include the balance calendar.
It has a set aside for those dollars, but is not expending those dollars pending school board approval. It's in one of those federal set asides, and I don't know the goal area right off the top of my head, but it's I think it's goal area 1. There's some dollars that are set aside, but may not be spent if the school board doesn't go in that direction. So it's just recognizing that we have those grant funds, they've been appropriated. We may or may not spend those depending on what the school board chooses to do.
Okay, so the money is set aside in the grants, it's not in this budget. Correct?
I believe it is planned for in this budget,
Okay,
but if it's not spent, they'll just
much
revert
is
back
it?
to the, Ms. White, will you help me on that one?
Yes, we have 2 grants.
okay, come on up.
We have 2 federal grants. One expires next year, so September 2023, and the second one expires September 2024. So it's
Okay.
about $500,000 each. And so because we paused on the balanced calendar, we're using it to beef up this year's summer program and next year's summer program. And we're going to use as much as we can of those federal dollars for all of our expanded programs that we're doing right now, without the balanced calendar. We're doing some pilot intercessions, so everybody understands what that looks like, and they can start thinking in their minds, staff and community, what an intercession week would look like. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
Ms. Laskowitz, that's slide 35, the second line down, $356,819. That's
We
funds.
don't have this, so,
Yeah. I'll certainly highlight that for you. I'll send it to you and highlight
yeah,
that for you.
yeah. I'm
it's
assuming
here
you're
as
gonna,
well.
you're gonna send us this. So, okay, so I'm trying to understand, you're telling me we've got $1 million, half expires in 23, half expires in 24. You're spending it on other things. So if the
Summer school. It is
Okay.
specifically for beyond the school year opportunities. So when we do balanced calendar, we're extending the school year.
Right, So if the school board were to decide to do the balanced calendar, where's that money coming from?
It's grant funded and it's allocated
For
in
2
this.
years?
Yeah,
And
so
then after that, it's not?
that's correct. And so if that's the direction the school board goes, then they would need to account for the transition from grant funded to operational dollars, which we expect would be less than the initial startup cost, but that's a conversation the school board has had.
Okay. My second question goes back to salaries again. So you're talking about a 5% across the board, and then additional roughly 1.4% or 1.1% to bring it to the 6, that is in salary adjustments
For teachers,
for teachers, okay? And where's that coming from? How'd you determine that amount?
the 6.14 is a structural change that we made to the teacher salary scale. We started at $49,010 as our entry-level starting salary. And then we created an index from top to bottom of 0.85%. So each step is 0.85% higher as you go down the scale. And what we did is we looked at current salaries, new scale, and the differential between those two was 6.14% after we revised the scale.
But that 6.14 is not in addition to the 5.
No, ma'am.
That's
No, ma'am.
1 point or whatever.
1.14, whatever it is.
Right, exactly. So, and that's based on these salary numbers we're looking at now that we have, and how did you capture those numbers? And how long ago? How old are they?
The regional comparisons are December 2021 numbers. They're current salary figures
Okay.
for us and for our competing school divisions. Yeah, the slide on the screen assumes we take our current salary scale, we give 6.14, Hanover takes their current salary scale and gives a 5%.
Right.
Where are we going to rate after that?
Right, okay. And if you know, is the school division, and maybe this is a question for someone other than, is part of the salary study that we're getting ready to do?
I'm not aware of us being a part of that. We
No.
typically do our own
Okay.
internal analysis.
No, they've done
Okay,
their,
just to-
they've done their own, ours is
This is
separate.
what we got from your analysis,
Yeah, we've done-
basically, right? Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Riley.
Okay, I have a few more slides about capital. I know we're going to talk about capital next week. I can breeze through those pretty quick, or I can hold that to next week.
That's right. You said
Whatever your
put a pin
pleasure.
in it. All right, we're good.
Just really, really quick, and much of this, board members, you have seen before, so it's just for the benefit of the public who may not have attended our past work sessions. So let me get there, a few more clicks. All right, so as you know, the school board approved a 30-year CIP. It's a long-range planning document. You know the financial structure of that, where 1 year is appropriated and the others are balanced and the others are for planning. But we did approve a 30-year CIP. Here's the first 10-year snapshot. Really, our primary project for next year is replacing this cooling tower. And so that is embedded in the school board's request to you for your consideration. There are matching grant funds to be able to meet this need. And as you see on this picture, this is original to the school and is really the heartbeat of the school when it comes to the mechanical systems, and really have to get this replaced and got to limp us through the spring, summer, and fall. It's slated for revision in winter. RFP hit the market just yesterday, I believe, or today, so that we can start to get bids on this kind of thing. But this is a priority project for us. And then we talked about some of the increases just in HVAC needs at our facilities, primarily at the high school facility, and some significant increases over the next several years that we ultimately need to plan for. So some big dollars there. We talked at the last work session about our approach to vehicle replacement and how ultimately we have to do a better job of accounting for these vehicle replacements in the future. This is just a copy and paste of that slide, but that's embedded in the school board's request to you as well. And then ultimately, bringing this to a close, I appreciate all of your questions and thank you for your engagement, and I am available at any time to answer any questions that you or our citizens may have. We know that this is a process that may have some ups and downs and spirals along the way, ultimately, before you make a final vote. And so I have great respect for what you do, recognizing you have many different needs in this community from, every aspect of county government, including our schools. And so I value that greatly and respect that, and ultimately want to answer any questions you have as you go through making those difficult decisions. I remain proud of what we're doing as a school division. I hope that we make you proud, and we continue to do great work, and we're poised and ready to continue our success well into the future. So thank you all so much.
Thank you and your staff and for your board members who came to support. All right, board, let's take 10. We'll be back with Big Hand on the 9 for our final 2 presentations of the afternoon. See you in 10 minutes.
missing John. Feels like we're missing four of us.
All right, folks. You're a runner. All right, folks, we are back. Thanks, everybody. And we will continue with our agenda on the agency presentations for revenues, debt, and policies.
Exciting. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mariana Twisdale, Director of Financial Services. We're going to talk about revenue and debt policies. We'll start with revenue. This is a proposed general revenue for FY23, general fund revenue. As you can see, as is typical, most of it comes from general property taxes. The next biggest pie is other local taxes. And then, sorry, I lost my page. And then we have charges for services. General property includes real estate, personal property, delinquent taxes, penalties, and interest. That's your biggest portion. Your other local taxes, which is the red triangle, 4.7 million of that is sales tax. So the majority of that comes from our sales tax. Charges for services, 850,000 is revenue recovery. That's our ambulance rides. Permits and fees, in FY23, we have 1.75 million budgeted for building permits. And state aid is your comp board and your PPTRA. Your PPTRA is your personal property tax relief that we receive from the state. Here's the breakdown of all real property taxes. We have, of course, real estate tax being the largest portion, and then personal property tax, the next one. All other is delinquent taxes, penalties, and interest. And you can follow on page 44 in your budget book if you have it, if you want to see the breakdown of each line item that goes into all of these. Didn't think you probably wanted to sit here and read that. So this is our real estate tax revenues. If you see FY22, that was our original budget of 31.5 million, and our FY23 budget is 36.2. Same thing, this is a personal property tax. It's just another version of your pie chart. The 2.9 is your PPTRA. We're going up from 13.6 budgeted in FY22 to 15.3 budgeted in FY23. Proposed sales tax, we have, well, sales tax, there it is. That's where most of it comes from, is your 4.7 million. Your business license taxes are 1.3. There was some talk in the General Assembly about eliminating that. Fortunately, that did not go through because that's a fairly significant piece of our revenue that we do receive. Consumer utility taxes and consumption taxes should really go together, and that's the thing that you see on your electric bill, your phone bill, your gas bill, the portion that we receive there. This is our sales tax. FY22 budget is 4.2 million. FY23 is 4.7. At the end of the presentation, I'm going to show you what our projections were in December. You'll notice that on our projection has gone up a little bit from what we originally budgeted in FY22. Here's our state and federal money that we receive. The main thing that I think we need to talk about, or I'd like to talk about on this, and I think it's very interesting, is the red section, and that's what we receive from the comp board. And the non-categorical, most of that is the 2.8 million that we get from the personal property tax relief. So here's the comp board section, and I think this is kind of interesting. If you take a look, you can see the actual expenses for each department for FY21, 22, and 23. And then you see the amount that we receive from the comp board for those departments. Now, I will mention the registrar is not a comp board funded position. The positions for constitutional officers are the Commonwealth Attorney, Sheriff, Commissioner of Revenue, Treasurer, and Clerk of the Court. But since we do receive some funding for registrar, we always just kind of stick them in here. But if you take a look at your actual expense versus your actual funding that we received in FY21, the bottom line there, we received 27% of our funding for that, for the comp board. If you look at 22, we received 23% of the funding from the comp board. And if you look at 23, we received 21% of that funding from the comp board. So why is that going down? Well, the reason that goes down is because the comp board has, and the comp board has not revisited their particular formulas in quite a few years, like 10. So they have a formula for how many people they think each sheriff's office needs to have based on population, treasurer's office, that kind of thing. And then they also don't fully fund the position. So in other words, we pay more than what their recommended salary is because we could not retain people at what the recommended salary is for these positions. As these departments grow, positions we add are not necessarily going to be comp board positions. So that's what's making us look like that we're going backwards as far as the funding that we're receiving from them. So I just thought that was an interesting thing. You know, we don't always break that down and look at it that carefully, but it's going in the wrong direction. So, and there's our proposed other sources. So we have permits and fees, and the bulk of that, $2 million, is 1.75 in building permit fees this year for 23. Charges for services, again, $850,000 of that is our EMS cost recovery, so that's the majority of that. And then the other miscellaneous charges and fees. So this is what I was talking about with the original budget, the projected budget, and the proposed budget. Back in December, or beginning of January, we did the projections for 22. Of course, the projections will be a whole lot more accurate at the end of March because, you know, you just, as it gets closer, you get better honed in. But you can see our real estate taxes were 31.5 budgeted. We're projecting 33 million, and we're budgeting 36 for 23. The only thing that sticks out a little bit here is the delinquent real estate and personal property tax. That seems to be a bit of an anomaly. You know, you would think as people pay their real estate and personal property delinquent taxes, the delinquent taxes would go down. So you don't want to continue budgeting large amounts forward, or unusually large amounts forward, because you'd like to think as they're paying their delinquent taxes, your balances are going down. But this year, in 22, we are projecting a pretty good chunk of money there coming in. So those are the revenue projections versus the budget. And actually, that's all I have for this. Does anybody have any questions?
Ms. Lescott?
Okay, so thank you very much. I wrote down the page numbers of the slides, so if you would go back to slide 6. Okay, so tell me again, the green and the red.
Sure. The green is the 2.9, well, it's a little over 2.8 million that we received from the state as personal property tax relief. That money comes directly to the county.
Gotcha.
And that's applied to personal property tax for the citizens. So that chunk is the state, and then the rest is what the citizens pay.
Right, thank you. Okay, page 9. Did you want to say?
I'm just going to elaborate on that further on that last page. The 2.9, you'll see that it's constant.
Yes.
The state has fixed a fixed dollar amount.
Right.
And irrespective of the number of vehicles and that kind of
It's
thing.
like the comp board sort of thing.
Yeah, it's not going, yeah,
Right.
It's a fixed number.
It's capped. Right. Okay, on page 9, the non-categorical state aid. Tell me again what that is, the 3,000,006.
Non-categorical. Oh, that's mainly PPTRA, what we were just talking about. That's mainly the $2.8 million that we received from the state.
And the other, almost 1,800,000.
We have grants. Let's
Okay.
see. It's broken down a whole bunch. If you go to page,
I don't have.
oh, you don't have your book? Okay.
But if you tell me what page is, I'll look at it.
Sure, it's page 47.
Okay.
And there are various grants that we receive,
Okay.
state public assistance, other state funds. It's a
Gotcha.
whole lot of little things broken down.
Gotcha, all kind of lumped together on page 10. Okay, so. Never mind, I understand that one now. Okay, and 12. Oh, on that, you don't have the totals?
No, ma'am.
Is that in our book?
No, but I can certainly
That's
total that and
okay,
give this
I
to you.
got it, I got a calculator. All right, I just wanted to see how
What
it
the
was
difference
totaling up
really
year
is,
by year
yeah.
by year.
Gotcha.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Sure, no problem.
Yep. Mr. If I could, while you're on that page, to follow on, could you very briefly go down these and talk about the underlying assumptions? I mean, we see a jump year over year. What's the assumption, like on the real estate side, what's the assumed increase in real estate or change in real estate values?
Well, yes.
That kind of stuff. If you just give us some color on how you got to those numbers. that'd be
Certainly.
great. Thank you.
The real estate is obviously the change in real estate assessments and real estate values. We're looking at 11.1% increase in real estate. So this is how we calculate that number.
But FY '23 only includes 6 months of that, right? There's another 6 months beyond, because it's a calendar.
No, FY '22 includes 6 months of that.
And then the other 6 months is included in
And then the
FY
whole year
23.
for FY '23. So in other words, from January until June in '22 takes in the new values, and then July 1st to June 30th for '23 would be the whole year.
Okay, I don't want to get down in the weeds too much, but the assessments are done on a calendar year basis, January to January?
Well, yeah, so so they could change again the following January. They could
There we go.
possibly go up or down. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
See where you're going with that. Yeah. And the odds are they will increase, but,
Yeah, my question is, what's the underlying assumption in that beyond the current assessment, that other 6 months, what kind of growth are we assuming?
we
for that?
assume 4%.
Okay, there we go, thank you. If you just do the same for each of these, if you have any color to provide on each of these line items.
Certainly. Well, the TCSD is obviously a percentage of the real estate assessments for that area, so that's the same thing. Personal property tax, again, the assumption is 4%. We have very conservative assumptions. I mean, we know what's happening to personal property tax this year. You got 20%, it's just out of the world. It looks like next year, and nobody knows, but it looks like next year may continue that way, the way supply chain is going. There's no real, nobody knows when that's going to end. So, but being conservative, we're figuring about 4% because you don't want to lose your head and say 10% and then all of a sudden everything goes down or stays the same or whatever. So, you don't want to go there. Again, I discussed the delinquent taxes. You would think as people pay their delinquencies, the delinquencies would go down. We do typically go up each year because it has gone up each year. You'd like to think at some point that would change, but you just go with the assumption that it has always been that way, but not go crazy. 1.6 this year, I think, is unusually high. And so I think going from 1.2 to 1.4 is reasonable. So that's how we got that. State revenue is what state revenue is. It typically stays fairly flat, or at least it did for 22 and 23. 21, you had COVID. There's a whole lot of things there. Sales tax is increasing. Sales tax is increasing because everything got more expensive. So as inflation goes up, things cost more. There's more tax. So again, that is not a very, that's not a big jump, but we don't know what's going to happen with that because we're at 4.2, we're thinking 4.6, but 4.2 to 4.7 is a fairly significant increase, so it seemed fair. Business licenses, again, it's the same thing, and the same with building permits. Things continue to increase. Are they going to continue to increase at this dramatic of a pace? You don't want to assume so and put huge increases in there, but you have to assume the way things are going, they're going to increase some over the next year.
Okay, good. Part of the discipline going through this is to try to determine whether some of today's prices are artificially inflated. Will oil stay at $105 a barrel? Is that artificially high? Gallon of milk, bacon, just go down a list. Some of them are durable, some of them are maybe a used car. used car, year or two old, maybe it's going for full sticker now. Is that gonna continue? So
And
my
we don't
point with
know.
all that is the durability and the sustainability, or are these things artificially inflated? So even a modest 4% growth, if there's some deflation in those prices, could be, anyway, just the thought process of going through that to say which of these is vulnerable because it's artificial.
Right.
And which of these things are more durable and could be logically expected to continue. Housing starts and permits and licenses, for instance, we know that the Federal Reserve's gonna raise interest rates. We know prices are already very, very high. And if you add higher interest mortgages, that the affordability plummets. Even a 4% growth off of this high level, so you see where I'm going with all this.
I
And
do.
I'd like to just continue to be conservative in the way we approach things, but be deliberate in saying, yeah, we think these things are high, but they're sustainably high, or they're not sustainably high, and there'll be some cycle to it.
And
So-
that's true, and you don't know, and with the world as it is right now, there's no telling what's gonna happen. You know, certainly I talked to the assessor, the commissioner of revenue, you know, to get their opinion, because this is what they do for a living, and they understand, you know, the way things work. You know, I hate to say this, but it's really a best guess at this point, because you just don't know what the world's gonna do. We have consistently, over the years, grown at between 3-4%, when things were normal. So you budget like things are normal until things aren't normal, you know. But when they're high, you want to continue to budget like things are normal. If things start to turn, then you go back and you look at what you're doing.
Good, well, that helps us understand the degree of conservatism, which is, there's been extraordinary changes, but we're gonna stick to normal changes and understand there's a range of potential outcomes, not one outcome's a range, and we tend to project on the conservative end of that range of potential outcomes, and we'll adjust fire as we go forward, we'll adjust as needed, so.
Well, exactly, and that's what's happening for next year for real estate, because we know what it is. And again, like you said, in January, something could change one way or the other, but
Okay.
you know, you don't want to go crazy and say, oh, everything's going up 20%. You know, that would be insane, because
Sure,
the last thing
good.
you want to do is that. So,
But,
yes.
yeah, no, look, and I think you're generally on the right track. I wanted us to be thoughtful and mindful and deliberate, and I want to share that with the group and understand what's baked into these numbers. We're looking at the numbers, I want to understand what's behind them. And look, my crystal ball is as foggy as everybody else's, so it's not that clear, but we'll take our best guess, we'll be conservative, we'll stay to the conservative end of the range, and then we'll adjust as things go. I get all that, but it's nice to understand what's behind the numbers, so
Sure.
thank you for that,
Oh,
appreciate
yeah,
it.
no problem.
I thought Mr. Peterson was gonna tell us if the price of oil is going up or down. I was waiting for the answer.
I leave forecasting to paid professionals that do it with 100% accuracy like weathermen.
That's what I thought you were asking early on, but I would say, you know, to your point, that there's so many variables. I mean, the obvious one on that is, I think, you know, is the US gonna turn up any production? So, I mean, when we're trying to budget based on questions like that, you do have a lot of uncertainty, so I appreciate we've done well with what's our approach in the past, and there's no reason to change course.
I would agree with that.
Ms. Twistle, one quick question. Regarding the comp board, have we ever looked at, 'cause those percentages are kind of shocking, to see how little they actually fund the positions that they sometimes even make us have. How do we compare to other localities?
It's based on your population.
Okay,
So if you have a locality with a similar population, they're going to fund the locality a similar way. In other words, they don't look at what you pay your people.
right.
So we're similar to localities that are similar to us. Now, unfortunately, you could have two localities that are similar in population, but one could be very rural and the other one may not be, and you have different needs for the amount of sheriff's deputies needs and you know, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and if I may add something, Mr. Chairman, if we had a police department, the police department would be funded differently than the deputies. So they probably fund the kind of the minimum for what running the jail or doing typical deputy work in other localities. But for us, the sheriff's department is our police department.
Okay, anything else? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm still here.
All right, so now we're going to talk about debt policies.
We appreciate the first part.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Okay. So here's our outstanding debt as of June 30th, 2022. We have a school loan at $2.675 million. The lease revenue bond, which is for E911, at $4.529 million. And then our new debt of $50 million. So our charts that you're going to see look very different in 21 than they do in, or 21 and 22 than they do in 23, obviously. Debt service is the amount of money required to make payments. And when I talk about debt service, that's actually the amount of our payment. When I talk about debt, that's the amount, the total amount that we owe. The ratio of debt service expenditures to general fund expenditures should not exceed 12%, and our target is 10%. We don't want our debt service to be any more than 10% of what we owe or what our expenditures are. Our net debt, which includes our general obligation bonds and also the E911 Center, as a percentage of market value of taxable property should not exceed 2.5%. So we don't want the total amount of debt we owe to be more than 2.5% of our taxable property. So here's the first chart, and this is our debt service, the payments to general fund expenditures. As you see in 21 and 22, we were doing great. We were right down there and everything was wonderful. But 23 includes the payment on our new debt. And you know, we borrowed money, we knew we were going to have a payment. And then that does increase as we go. As you saw in the first chart, the school debt drops off in 27, and the E911 debt, I believe, was 32. I have to go back and look, but I think that said 32. So it's a gradual decline as we go. The reason 23 to 24 looks like it's a fairly large jump is we do have $1 million principal payment on our E911 due, so that's going to reduce that debt and debt service quite a bit. Here is our net debt to taxable assessed value. This is the total amount we owe versus our taxable assessed value. As you see in 21, it was really low. 22 looked like that too, but when we borrowed the money for the general obligation bonds, we borrowed it in 22. So that $50 million is sitting in that graph. So we're well below our target. Now, the only thing that is not figured in here is the remainder of our general obligation debt that we have the capacity to borrow. And that's just, you know, we're going to have to look at where we're at with our projects, what the interest rates are, what the economy looks like before we start to do that. So that is not calculated in this debt chart. But even with that in here, you're going to be below both of your ratios, assuming we don't borrow at some ridiculous interest rate, which we won't. So, and that's really all I have for debt. Does anybody have any questions?
Just, not a question, just clarification or sharing information. You mentioned that we've done the $50 million worth of debt. We've got, that's almost a little more than half of what we could have issued because we're taking it to go slow and do a few projects at a time. Just so everybody knows, we disclosed that full 96 million, the full almost 100 million to the rating agencies before they gave us our AAA rating. So even though we've only done half, if we do the other half, it's still, as long as we do it properly and with our policies and the guidance and whatnot, it wouldn't disrupt, you know, our path. So just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Great. Any other questions on debt? All right.
Thank you.
You're done. All right, now we have Mr. Longshore for our utilities and Tuckahoe Creek Service District.
All right, get excited. Lucky me. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Matt Longshore, Director of Public Utilities, and I'm happy to present to you this afternoon our FY23 operating budget, our proposed rate changes, and the budget for the Tuckahoe Creek Service District. First off, the primary functions of our department are to provide high-quality water and sewer service to our over 2,100 customers. The way we do that is we operate and maintain all of our public utility assets, including 162 miles of pipeline, 9 sewer pump stations, 2 water booster stations, and 3 water tanks. And as always, we want to be transparent with all department functions. So our goals are to always meet our state and federal compliance regulations. We want to address all emergencies in an expeditious and professional manner and provide exceptional customer service to all of our customers and all stakeholders of our public utility systems. So before I get into the nuts and bolts of our multiple utility budgets, I wanted to go over our revenue streams and kind of show what revenues go towards what budget. So we created this flow chart a while back as more of an educational tool for the public to more or less clarify where our cash flows are going. So to start out, we have our user rates. Those are for the water and sewer services. Those are paid by all of our customers on a bi-monthly basis. Those go directly to our operating fund. That includes our O&M cost, as well as treatment costs from our providers, employee salaries, et cetera. Because our expenses in the operating fund are recurring expenses, we want to pay for those with recurring revenue. So that's why that's set up that way. Next, we have connection fees. Those are one-time fees paid by all system users at the time they connect to our system. Those fees go directly towards our CIP fund because all the projects in our capital improvement plan are one-time projects. We fund those with one-time fees. That's why that's set up that way. And then we have our TCSD debt service, the revenue sources for the Tuckahoe Creek Service District or the ad valorem tax. We also have a 55% revenue sharing component of that, and I'll go into more detail about that later on in the presentation. So to hop into the first utility budget of the day is our operating budget. Our proposed operating budget for FY23 is right at $6.6 million. That's just over a 7% increase from FY22. If you look at the staffing plan on the bottom, we're asking for 2 additional full-time positions in FY23. But if you drill into the operational budget, if you drill into the line items, you'll see a majority of the increase, the majority of that 7% increase is really because of the additional staff we're asking for. We also have some increases in there for water and sewer purchases from our providers, as well as an increase in chemical purchases. And we have a small increase for lease funding for an additional Centerville office, which was part of your consent agenda today. But those are really where the increases come from in our budgets. One more item stemming from our operating fund is our R&R fund. I'm happy to announce we've been able to contribute just over $2 million since FY19 in our R&R fund. So R&R in our industry stands for rehabilitation and replacement. And as you all know, I could speak all day on the importance of budgeting significant contributions to an R&R fund and how that sets up the county for success in the future and enables us to take on large infrastructure replacement projects. So that's all I'll say today on that for the sake of time, but I will say being able to contribute over $2 million in 3 fiscal years for a small utility in a small locality is simply remarkable. So
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
If I could, just for a minute, thank you for that. The bottom line, R&R, it doesn't stand for rest and relaxation. This evening, this board is going to be asked to consider items that include those initials, R&R.
That's right.
And I don't know if you could go back to the stream page.
Sure.
And tell us where the R&R funds come from and where they reside.
The R&R funds come from our operating fund. So it's not actually on this page, but they come from our user rates. So in every annual budget, we try to make a point of budgeting to make contributions to the R&R fund. Because R&R projects are recurring projects, you always need to do operation and maintenance of your system. You're always going to have to replace or rehab parts of your system as it ages. We fund those with user rates.
Okay. So it's really the top line we're looking at here for the R&R funds, the source and the fund all the way in the upper right, the operating fund is where those R&R funds reside.
That's correct.
Not listed here. Okay, again, because this board will be asked to consider something this evening that talks about R&R funds, I just wanted to draw their attention to the clarification while you're up there. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. So for the new position request, just to identify what those positions are, the first position will be an operations manager position. That position will oversee our department's operations division. So in addition to personnel management, that position will also implement and maintain our preventative maintenance program, our CCTV sewer inspection program, our unit directional flushing program, and our computerized maintenance management software, typically referred to as CMMS. So quite a hefty workload awaiting that position. Our second position is an additional utility locator. In FY21, our staff addressed over 4,750 VA 811 tickets. You average that out, just doing a little bit of math, the amount of work days in a year, that comes out to be a little over 18 tickets per day, which is a big workload to begin with, but that ticket number is only increasing. So with the development and construction activity, especially in the east end of the county, and now we're seeing it, some at the courthouse, those are our service areas. As that continues to increase, our ticket numbers are going to continue to increase. So that's why we're asking for an additional locator position. So now we've talked about expenses a little bit. Let's talk about the revenue side of what we do, starting with rates. In 2018, we contracted with Draper Rating to complete a rate study. And this study, the reason we wanted to complete it is to help guide us and to help guide the board on what the rate should be and to make sure they're adequate to cover our expenses, to cover our capital improvement plan, as well as being able to make contributions to the R&R fund. So the results of the 2018 study concluded that we needed 5% increases for water and 6% increases for sewer rates year over year for 5 years. We began to implement that in FY18 and again in FY19. But due to intense customer-based growth, we decided to take another look at the rate study. So last year, we took another deep dive into our rates to make sure, to see if that growth impacted what the rates needed to be. So we did a rate study update in 2021 with the most current data we have available. The results of that is we were able to pare back some of those rate increases to 3% for water, 4% for sewer. What that allows us to do is fund our operating expenses, pay our existing debts, and continue to fund the R&R program. We also took a look at our connection fees with the updated study. And what we saw is that the recommendations that came out of the study is we needed to increase our connection fees 5% every other year. So that's a strategy for connection fee increases. Our first increase of 5% was last year. So we are not recommending an increase in connection fees this year. We anticipate recommending an increase in connection fees next year. So what that ends up doing, what we project that end up doing over the 4-year term of the rate study is to increase revenues approximately $775,000 to go directly towards capital projects for utilities. So with the recommended 3% water and 4% wastewater increases, what does that look like for a typical residential customer? So with a standard 4,000 gallon bi-monthly usage, you crunch the numbers and it looks like $3.88 additional on the bi-monthly water and sewer bill. Tuckahoe Creek Service District FY23 budget, long-term debt and ad valorem outlook. So for the TCSD debt fund for FY23, we have just over $6.1 million in that fund. That's actually a slight decrease from last year, and that's just how the bonds worked out and how the debt service varies slightly from year to year. Our debt obligations as of June 30th of last year, we have obligations of just over $96 million to VRA. That's for the revenue bonds and interest. and $21.6 million to the city of Richmond. That's for the initial wastewater treatment capacity the county purchased to serve the district, as well as some nutrient upgrades to their treatment plant. The source of revenue for the service district is the ad valorem tax. That's 32 cents per $100 of property value. In addition, there's a 55% revenue sharing from the real estate taxes. That's for all the commercial properties in the district as well as the residential properties in the Kinloch subdivision per the county code. I want to make it clear that's not an additional 55% tax to the taxpayer. The 55% is how the real estate tax is administratively divided once the taxpayer pays their taxes. So here's a chart showing the ad valorem rate versus the assessed values in the service district. As you can see, the green line on the bottom is our rate. That's 32 cents per $100 of property value. It's been that way since 2013. And the major reason it's been able to do that and what's allowed it to remain the same is that steady and consistent increase in the orange line, which represents the assessed values of the district. So you can see last year there was $1.49 billion of assessed value in the TCSD. This year, there was $1.72 billion. That represents a $230 million increase in value. So again, that consistent increase in value, all the development coming to the district is what's allowed that rate to stay the same. This chart shows projected revenues versus debt fund cost, debt fund expenses. The TCSD debt service is represented by the gray line running through the chart. The blue and the orange bars represent the source revenues from the ad valorem tax and 55% revenue sharing. What you can see is those blue and orange bars increase over time as the district gets more and more value, and we're able to more and more comfortably pay the debt service. So I think one big overall takeaway from this chart is that through the hard work of a lot of folks through the years, the TCSD is in excellent financial condition, and we project that to only continue through the years. Here's a great chart that shows what the tax rate was expected to do. And this was created by Davenport and Company back in 2011. The blue bars are what the tax rate was expected to do when a lot of development didn't initially come to the district. As you can see, in 2022, the tax rate was expected to be around 70 cents versus the 32 cents that it is today. What allowed that to happen is the refunding that took place in 2012 at a much lower interest rate. And what's happened in recent years is we've been able to repay the general fund loan that was started in FY17. The final payment will be in FY22, so the current fiscal year. We will make that final payment this year, and that debt will be done for our department. So that's great news there. We also plan to continue payments to Richmond of $1 million per year, and that's similar to recent years to work down some of that debt service. So here's a nice, colorful chart that shows kind of how some of the refundings in recent years have affected the district. If you look at the blue line on the top, that's the initial structure of the debt service for the initial bonds that were taken out. All the colorful lines and colorful areas in the bottom represent some of the refundings that's happened through the years, the 2012 refunding, the 2020 refunding. You see some of that debt service falls off in 2029, but the main takeaway is all the white space below the blue line and above the filled-in areas, that's savings to the county. Because of that refunding, the county's actually saving quite a bit of money.
Go back. Tying this together with that previous slide that showed the assessed values going fairly dramatically higher. You can see the green line here, the blue line, actually the blue line, original debt service. that also had a fairly steep ascent. And if you match the two, the increase assessed with the increased debt service, that's what allowed the 32 to stay flat. That if we didn't have the increase in assessed, but we had the increase in debt service, that's not a good combination. But if they can grow together, then that allows us to stabilize the 32. So, thanks.
All right. Thank you, sir. So our current plan is to maintain the ad valorem tax rate at 32 cents per $100 of assessed value. Again, the final payment to the general fund loan will be made this year of $118,000. We plan to continue debt retirement to the city at $1 million per year. We also want to retain a TCSD fund balance. Currently, that's at $8.7 million. We have a $13.8 million reserve in the bank. That's for the last 2 years of debt service. And we also have a reserve in the general fund for the TCSD of $1 million. Our next steps are to have a public hearing on the user rates on April 5th. And as well as have a public hearing on tax rates, and that includes the TCSD tax rate also on April 5th. The rates and budgets planned for adoption on April 19th of this year. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. And Ms. Vorlacker, Ms. Twisdale also here. If there are any finance questions.
I see Ms. Colette's light on.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Longshore. So way back at the beginning, talking about adding a couple staff positions, and
Sure.
that is paid out of the operating budgets, correct?
Correct.
So either I blinked or whatever, so I see the increase of 7.7% in expenses. What is your operating budget? Matches that, right?
So the 7%
revenues.
increase is the overall budget expense. So if you drill down into where the staff positions are in these line items, the high-level line items, the 2 new staff positions are in that service level plan line item.
Right. So show me where you're paying for those.
That service level plan line item is in the overall operating budget. That will come out of the 6.6 million. So that's that $152,111, that's for the 2 new positions. That's included in the, if you go down that column to the very bottom, that's included in that $439,000, 402 increase.
Yes, these are the expenses. Where's the revenue that matches this?
Oh, the revenue.
Yes, how are you paying for this?
Gotcha. So this will come
So you
from,
got 6 million,
so this will come from water and sewer ratepayers,
I
right?
understand, but did you account for that? I mean, do you have,
Yes, this
show
is
me the
a,
revenues?
this is a balanced budget.
Okay,
You don't have a slide showing the revenue.
I don't have a slide in this presentation showing all the revenues.
oh, I know, it's in our budget book, right?
It's in the, and it is balanced. So
It is
it's
balanced.
It
revenue.
is, it
Okay,
is
it's just I
balanced.
just didn't see it.
Yeah, no, that's right. I do have it. It is balanced.
Okay,
Make her read that.
okay.
So we actually, our expenses are less than our anticipated revenues. The gap there is what's transferred into the R&R fund. So all that's been verified and checked. I did not include that in this presentation.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to be sure I didn't miss it. Okay, thank you.
You got it.
Mr. Chair, and again, just to be clear, this is, and Barbara can jump in, this is an enterprise fund, so this is not, this is outside the general fund. This is, captures just the pluses and minuses and incomes and expenses of the utility fund.
You got it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Longshore, always a good presentation, always appreciate getting all this information from you. It looks like this is, our utilities system is doing well, and the R&R you mentioned, that's a positive thing.
Yes, sir.
Before I get into a couple of questions, though, in your operations manager slide, if I
Yeah.
think I read it, you don't need to go to it, it's okay.
Sure.
Because I don't want to know if I misread it. But it said that there's that he or she's gonna oversee a unidirectional flushing program.
Yes, sir.
And I was just imagining a utility that runs any other different kind of flushing program. when you flush, I hope it goes in one direction.
That's a great question, yes. So there are multiple types of flushing that we could, so there's flushing for water quality where you flush at a slower rate, right? And customers don't typically see pressure decreases when we flush like that. It's really just to get fresh water down the line. Unidirectional flushing is completely different. We use the large nozzles on the hydrants. We pull water at an extremely high velocity down the lines. Customers in the local areas feel the pressure impacts. The reason we do that is over time, there's sediment and whatever else that accumulates in the bottom of those pipes. We want to get extremely high velocities going down the pipelines to get that stuff out of the pipe. So
Okay, I knew I would learn something.
that's why it's kind of,
I didn't imagine that unidirectional flushing was what I was imagining.
to implement that plan, a lot of modeling's involved. We already have the plan written out. You have to turn a lot of valves and you direct water certain ways through your water system.
Gotcha. So back to Ms. Lascolette's question, when you were talking about the balance, I figured balanced budget, and I'm glad you kind of clarified that revenues exceed what you're looking on the expense side. But to the tune of how much are you planning on putting into the R&R this fiscal year? Because you talked about how pleased you are that 2 point something million in 3 years. So I'm kind of curious, because this ties into really what I think we should be concerned about at all, but I think rates are what I'm looking at, because we hear from.
Right, and I can find that actual line item for you. I think it's somewhere in the 800,000 range, but I can.
Okay. But is
I
that
can look at it
kind of
for you.
consistent with what we've done in those, well, I could do the math, right? 8 times 3, if you told me 3 fiscal years. So, yeah, okay, so you're kind of holding consistent. Now, instead of me just diving into, our rates, because we've got the rate study, we're following the rate study. Let me just ask it this way. Does the rate study take into account that goal, that 800,000 goal?
Yes.
And they've studied that and saying this is a good number to have for the overall health of the utility system?
Yes, it varies from year to year, so there's a lot that goes into that number. Sometimes yearly that goes down, sometimes it goes higher. The overall goal is to increase that number year over year. When we're talking about R&R projects, we're talking about extremely expensive projects down the road. Hopefully years down the road, which is why we want to start saving now. Okay. Thank you, Mariana. The number you asked for, Mr. Lumpkin, is 871,000.
Okay.
So that's what we use to balance the budget proposed budget for FY23. So the rate study takes that into account. It also takes proposed development into account. And so as we get more and more development, more and more ratepayers on the system, hopefully that number goes up over time. So, 5-10 years out, you're able to contribute much more than 800,000.
Last question that just prompted, so the rate study, how old is it?
We updated it last year. Started to update in 2020, presented it last year along with our budget presentation.
So I mean, is things, it's kind of dynamic. I could imagine you need to kind of keep that rate study out there every few years to have somebody at least take a look at it, see if the projections are tying out, right?
It is dynamic right now. It's a living document. So the main reason we took a look at it when we did, generally that's something you want to update maybe once every 5 years, depending on how your county's growing. Our county's growing so fast. We're getting so much development that we wanted to take a look at it, even after 2 years.
Gotcha.
And we may even do the same thing again next year, just because there's a lot of development going on now. So we always put all the information into that study that we have at the time.
Gotcha. Okay.
But
No, this
changes.
is good. I appreciate the detail. It's a good presentation. I appreciate it. That's all.
Let me piggyback on that while we're on the rates, because that was one of my 2 questions. Can you talk to me a little bit about the rationale? Later this evening, we have a $7 million bond that we're issuing. If we had publicized that we were doing a 5% increase every year, the timing of that, I'm not sure if it includes hey, we've got to fix this pipe that's been a problem since it was put in apparently. But it seems odd that we would be reducing rates when we're asking to borrow $7 million. So what's the thought process there?
Right, so the rates aren't being reduced. The percent increases are being reduced, but the rates are still.
You're right, yes, the percent increases, sorry.
Right, so that's a good question. We still want to stick with the rate study with what we've done as far as what we're borrowing.
Did that rate study include the $7 million price tag?
No,
So
no,
then that's not a
all
really
that
accurate
stuff,
rate
which
study.
we'll go over tonight, happen after the rate study update. What the debt service looks like on that is about $450,000 a year, so it does impact what we'll be able to contribute to the R&R fund.
And what would be the difference in the increase from, might be negligible, looking at how much, so if it's, I think you said the increase was 3%?
Yeah, just, if I could just, Mr. Chair, maybe try to clear up some of this. I may end up muddying the waters. I think Mr. Lumpkins was touching in and around, we want to, raise rates enough to provide adequate, but not raise them too much and have too much reserves, because that's not what we're supposed to do as good fiduciaries.
Right.
So then what is the right amount of reserves to set aside? And I'll draw the parallel to our general fund. We have a 53-cent rate. We got to build a new school. We don't raise the 53-cent rate to pay for the school. It's a lumpy, one-time step function. So in this case, that pipe, I would look at like a elementary school as a one-time step function that wasn't really necessarily captured in the 53 or the rate, underlying rates for the water and sewer. So every once in a while, a lumpy project will come along and you manage it a little differently than you do the annual operating. But I think as far as this rate study, I think it was meant to capture the annual operating and how we do it on a daily basis. And if something lumpy does come along that's extraordinary, out of the ordinary, you figure out a way to deal with it. But trying to price that into the annual operating budget and the reserves would be difficult at best. Is that a fair characterization?
That's exactly right. When it comes to strategizing what we need to do with rates, if they need to increase, we want that to be, as even and, small incremental increases as we can to make it palatable to our ratepayers. At the same time, as Mr. Peterson suggested, we don't want to just knee-jerk with our rates to one project that, is really born from an emergency situation. So we know we have the funds coming in with our current user rates right now and what we're projecting. What it's going to do is impact how much we're able to transfer to the R&R fund over the next few years and whatnot. But one way you can look at it is because we're doing this technically R&R project now, which we'll talk about later tonight, that's a project we're not going to have to do 20, 30 years in the future. So
is it safe to, so then what I think I'm hearing from everybody is that while that $7 million may not be in the rate study, the debt service can already be accounted for even if you didn't raise the rates.
correct,
Okay,
yes.
then-
Yeah, you're absolutely
Okay,
right.
so, okay.
Yes.
Then I'll go on to my second. And then my second question is going to sound a little out of left field, but it's actually not. I've been spending a lot of time thinking about where are points of failure from supply chains, and I think about how much gas do we have in reserve for emergency vehicles and things like that. It's actually literally keeping me up at night. And you said something in one of your first slides that I just have a question is, what is, with the chemical purchases, what is the reliability in the supply chain on those? And should we be stockpiling or?
So that's a great question. For those, the chemicals that I mentioned is really bioxide. So bioxide's actually a really expensive chemical we put into the wastewater at our Eastern Goodson pump station. Because of the long retention time of that pipeline, let's just say we need to put that in the wastewater to prevent adverse conditions before that wastewater makes it to the treatment plant. Because we have increasing demands on our system, increasing flows to the sewer system, the more flow we get through that station, the more bioxide we're going to need to use. So that increase kind of lines up with that. But as far as the reliability of bioxide, that's all managed by a company called Evoqua. They manage the entire system. To date, there hasn't been any supply chain issues, thankfully. I think the biggest issues they face when I talk with our sales representative are finding truck drivers to deliver the chemicals, so.
Well, that's what, yeah.
Yeah, it's a labor
So
issue.
is there, and maybe this is a question for emergency management, but should we be looking at how much do we actually have on hand? How much can we go if all of a sudden we don't have truck drivers?
So, good question. We have 3 large tanks at that pump station. It keeps a fair amount on hand. I would say probably a week's supply What that does is allows Evoqua allows them a little buffer time to get the chemical in and come fill it up. That chemical comes in on tanker trucks and unloads a lot of chemical at the time. So the good news is, say we did run out of chemical, it's not dire that we can go a day or two without it. That can potentially happen without having, catastrophic results within the system. We certainly don't want that to happen, but if it did, it's not on the same level of criticality as running out of chlorine at a water treatment plant, so.
So how much chlorine do we have and how much do we need?
We have zero chlorine. We don't do any water treatment. We have relationships with Henrico County, the Department of Corrections. We purchase all our water already treated.
Follow up on just extend the chairman's comment here, because I think it's a valid one, is, what kind of risk exposure we might have. First question, is that chemical that we do stockpile, is that shelf stable? In other words,
Yes.
could it sit there for 6 months and not degrade?
Yes,
Okay, so we
absolutely.
couldn't. The second thing is, as you increase the volumes, as you've talked about, the number of days supply on hand decreases because you're
Correct.
using it at a faster rate. And we've had this conversation with the sheriff deputies and Chief Ferguson about the more vehicles on the road.
Yep.
The day supply of gasoline shrinks, even though we have the same number of gallons. So I think what Chairman was getting at here is, do we need to maintain the number of days supply in the face of increasing usage to add additional capacity? And if so,
Right.
can we put that into our planning for, rate studies and, CIP program, that kind of thing? So it's more of a question than an answer. So Matt, have you thought about that along those lines? or-
Yeah, that would require building another storage tank at the station to increase the supply. Right now, the volume we can store is fixed. And there's no more room in the chemical room to store any more chemical. We've had no issues to date from Evoqua. They manage that program. They have set points. They can see remotely when a tank needs filling. There's redundancy already built into the station. There are 3 tanks there. Once one tank gets to a certain level, they're sending trucks out. So there is some redundancy already built in. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, we all understand Moore's Law hasn't been repealed yet, and
Right.
if there is need for additional storage, if you determine that there's need, is that rest and relaxation funds, or do we have the money to, I'm sorry, there's the R&R. I mean, where would that funds come from?
That would be considered a capital improvement to that station.
That's a different stream, I think, the second stream down, is that?
It would be in the capital improvement plan because that would be a project to increase the capacity of the
Right.
station.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
Yep.
that's a good point,
Chairman,
thank you.
If I may, so do you have enough room to put up another tank?
it's tight right now. We're working on that. If that were
Well,
to
we
ever
just
come.
approved, you guys just approved the purchase of the land today in consent, so that's an
Absolutely.
opportunity for,
Once we close on that property, that will open up.
The whole
Further
dioxide
options.
thing, that's really, if something goes wrong, we're gonna be working closely with Henrico, right? Because,
Correct.
we're pumping the stuff to them and the city,
Yep.
and of course, I think Henrico, there's a financial aspect that Henrico's very involved in paying for the dioxide as well, correct?
Correct, yes. Henrico does reimburse us for our outside costs on a flow-based percentage. Over the past few years, that's been roughly around a 75-25
And
split.
this making sure this works and continues to work is a function of not just our system, but their systems as well, right?
That's absolutely correct,
Yeah.
yes.
So I think it's,
They have a big stake in the bioxide system working properly. They also use bioxide in their system.
I was gonna say, they have the same, so I think it's bigger than just, do we have enough to keep our system flowing? It's tied into.
That's absolutely
two other-
right. If
two
there
other-
was an issue, we wouldn't be out on an island by ourselves.
Right.
It's an important
By
region.
definition, you wouldn't be, because we're in partnership with 2 other jurisdictions who use the same and are reimbursing us for our dioxide, so.
Correct.
I think we're in good shape on that, right?
Correct. Thank you.
Great.
One last question. I don't want to hear about bioxide, so you take care of that. Back to Back to this, what we're gonna be asked to look at tonight, you said there's 450,000 approximately in debt service on that. So that, where is that in your budget, in your expenses?
So that would be at that gap I was talking about right now. So we have,
So that would
Right.
come out of the estimated 800-ish number. That's the
exactly,
gap.
exactly.
So 450 would go for the debt service, the remainder would go into the R&R fund
Yeah,
or
the-
whatever.
The estimated 870, that would be transferred
Gotcha,
to the R&R
okay.
fund. That's where it would come from.
Okay, great, thank
You
you.
got it.
Thank you, Mr. Longshore.
All right.
All right, that's all of our new business, I think.
All
Great
right.
job, board. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
staff, for everything. And we will have our dinner recess and be back at 6.
Absolutely. Thank y'all. A tape? But it takes me so long. And then it's patchy when it gets there. And it's blonde. It's blonde like resume. So it looks terrible.
Yeah.
I'm like, it just.
It's not true. It's not.
It's not. Well, see, mine is patchy too,
I mean,
but I
because
just,
that Richardson, you would
confidence.
think you
It's
would
just
know.
confidence. I just
Say anything.
lean into it.
Oh, lay out.
It would take me like 3 months to grow this. That's why I haven't shaved it, because if I shave it, it's not coming back.
I hurt my feelings. I'm not even Richard.
As you can see.
I don't have feelings.
All right, guys.
Perfectly fine.
All right, we are back in session. Thanks, everyone. We are moving into the part of our meeting where we have our public hearings. For those of you that have not been here before for these, the way this works is our staff will do a presentation, then we'll ask the applicant to come up to speak if they like to, and we may ask some questions at that point, and then we'll give the citizens a chance to comment. Then we typically ask the applicant to come back and address anything they'd like to, and then we'll discuss and vote on the matter. So with that, we'll start off our, okay, well, so this is practice for the public hearings. So the citizen comment period is for things that aren't in the public hearing. So if you have items to bring in front of Goodson County, just come on up, give us your name, your address, and then please keep your comments to 3 minutes. See, I knew there was none. Okay, I'm gonna close the citizen comment period. See, I told you. All right, so now, if Mr. Alvarez allows us, we'll go to our public hearings. Thank you for keeping me honest. So turn it over, Barbara, you're up first.
Yes, I am. Okay. There it goes. Barbara Horlocker, Deputy County Administrator. These first two public hearings have to do with a project that's a utilities project, a very important project for the county. And the first public hearing is on approving a plan of financing with VRA, Virginia Resources Authority. And we are holding a public hearing because if a locality in Virginia plans to issue bonds and they have not held a referendum, they must hold a public hearing. So that is why we are having this public hearing this evening. Okay. All right. In your packet is a resolution approving the financing plan as well as the terms of the financing. This is going to be a debt of the utilities fund, and we will be pledging our water and sewer revenues to this debt, as well as making a moral obligation pledge, which means that although the debt won't sit on the general fund side, we pledge that if there are any shortcomings in the water and sewer revenues, that we will make up the difference. These will be 20-year bonds, and the amount will not exceed $7,040,000. And the terms of the financing are attached, and some recent changes, which I believe you have at your up by you. There have been some recent changes to the financing agreement, and changes in our favor, and brought to us by Mr. Peterson. Thank you. And what this allows for, it just makes it very clear that that these bonds, once they get into the redemption period, so the first 10 years they are not callable bonds, but once they get into the second 10-year period and they become callable or redeemable, that once VRA has the right to redeem our bonds, we also have the right to redeem them under the same terms that VRA is redeeming the bonds. And so this was just to clear that up. We, of course, have to give them notice and let them know that we are planning to redeem those bonds, and we have to, and there's a lot of discussion in the financing about how you would do that and the amount of money you would have to set aside, but it does give us options if 10 years down the road we want to redeem these bonds. And of course, if there are any refinancing opportunities, the VRA would bring those to us to benefit us and lower our debt service. The project, I'm just going to describe briefly, and we're going to be doing a detailed project information in the second public hearing. But this is the project to replace approximately 11,000 linear feet of sewer pipeline that carries wastewater from the Eastern Goodson Pump Station. And that is why we're recommending this plan of financing. So at this point, if you have some questions on the plan of financing, I will take questions.
Board, any questions? Mr. Peterson?
I thought you did a good job presenting that, Barbara. Thank you for that. But some folks either listening at home or in the audience may be thinking, we just got AAA credit rating, we just did a general obligation bonds, why are we going back through VRA for these? Part of the answer is general obligation bonds, the entire county stands behind the repayment. In this case, only the beneficiaries of the improvement in the district with the infrastructure would be the ones that stand behind the bonds, since they're the only ones that stand to benefit from the improvement. So it would be the revenue bonds from the district that would benefit as opposed to the entire county. And then why doesn't the TCSD issue directly to the capital markets rather than going through VRA, since we're a AAA rated county? And the short answer there is the county is rated AAA, but the district is not. The district does not have a credit rating, so it cannot go direct, because there would be a savings as well to going direct. You can see from the term sheet that going indirect through the VRA is more expensive. They charge 1/8% up front for an origination fee and 1/8% of the outstanding as you go, so it's a fairly expensive. But at this point, the project is essential. You can't use general obligation bonds and can't go direct, so we go through VRA, we pay the freight, and we're joining a pool of other counties and cities that might be in the pool. So it's not a solo investment or issuance by us. We're in a pool. And then, of course, there's a mirror note or a second phase where the VRA will issue the pool bonds out to the market to raise the cash. So this is an indirect way to raise the money, but it's the cheapest form of financing that's available to us at the time. Is that a fair characterization?
That's a very fair characterization.
Great, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any thoughts on here?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, no questions, board. I'll entertain a motion. Oh, geez, thanks. I'm new at this, y'all. All right, now's the time for public comments. Please come up to the microphone if you have anything to, in favor of or against this. I knew there were. All right, see nobody. We'll go ahead and close it. Board, what's your pleasure? Ms. Peterson.
Mr. Chair, if you're ready to entertain a motion, I'll go ahead and make a motion. Sure. It's going to be an amended motion because of the defeasance language redemption language that was added to section 6.2. Perhaps I can just read the revised language. And
please.
In section 6.2, the title is Defeasance and Redemption of Local Bond. Sub A, the local bond shall be subject to optional redemption by the local government at the time and under similar terms and conditions that the VRA bonds are subject to optional redemption by VRA. So that refers to the second stage I talked about where they're issuing bonds as well. So we basically are piggybacking with the same terms and conditions they have for optional redemption. And of course, the difference between redemption and defeasance, if you have a mortgage and you're making your payments, if you redeem them or refinance them, you stop paying under the old notes. If you defease, you have to basically set up an escrow account, deposit enough securities, riskless securities in that account that they can draw the remaining payments for the life of the original loan. So it'd be like continuing to pay your old mortgage out of cash that you set aside to make all those payments. So it's a much more expensive and prohibitive way to do it, but having the ability to redeem in addition to defease gives us that other option of being able to take them out without having to deposit all those cash in the escrow account. So that's a subtle distinction. That's the reason for the amendment. And there's some black line information at your desks if there's any questions. Any questions on that?
No, but you just want to state that there are two other changes in that section that you haven't read, or?
Would you like to read those for us?
Sure. I just, once you started to read it, I thought we would put it all in.
We should,
In
yep.
subparagraph B, where the word "and" is, you would strike that and put "or." And in subparagraph B1, after written notice of, you would add the language, its intent to defease or redeem the local bond, and I believe those are all the language changes. Again, they are available in writing. The board members have it before, and the clerk has it. So it's clear what the amendments are.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on those amendments? All right, seeing none, Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move that the Goodson County Board of Supervisors approve as amended the following resolution approving a plan of financing with the VRA for purposes of planning and constructing approximately 11,000 linear feet of replacement sewer pipeline.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Board, any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a roll call vote. Mr. Alvarez?
Mr. Lumpkins,
Your mic.
Yes.
Mr. Sharp,
Yes.
Ms. Laskolet,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhour.
Yes. Thank you. Motion passes. Ms. Warlock?
Okay, our second public hearing, again, deals with a similar, or the same topic. And we're having a public hearing tonight because we are asking to amend our budget for an amount that exceeds more than 1% of the total expenditures of the currently adopted budget. So in a minute, we're going to talk about the details of the project, but the costs of the project are, at this point, estimated to be $7.2 million for construction, $750,000 for engineering and construction administration, and $40,000 for the cost of issuance of the bonds. The source of the revenues is $7,040,000 in bonds, debt proceeds that we just discussed, and then $950,000 from the R&R fund, which we learned earlier is accumulated from excess user fees. That is the appropriation, and now Mr. Longshore is going to come up and discuss the project.
All right, thank you, Barbara. Again, I'm Matt Longshore, Director of Public Utilities. So to give you a quick project basis, this project is really the result of the sewage spill that occurred last year. And to give you a quick refresher on what happened, back in July of last year, the 48-inch force main, which comes from the Eastern Goodson Pump Station, ruptured along River Road, spilled approximately 300,000 gallons of raw wastewater. Part of that spillage went into nearby Tuckahoe Creek, and that caused a recreational advisory to be issued from VDH. To immediately rectify that one single event, we brought in a utility contractor. We also brought in an environmental contractor to remediate the site. Total repair costs for the pipeline as well as the environmental cleanup repairs approximated about $130,000. So that was obviously a very expensive event for us. The pipe has been repaired. We're currently running that pipeline in a reduced capacity scenario. However, that's not a long-term fix, and that doesn't serve the long-term needs of the county. What serves the long-term needs is to permanently repair this pipeline. So, go ahead and switch the slide. So immediately after the spill occurred, we contacted Dewberry Engineers to do a study on the pipeline and provide recommendations to permanently repair that line. Once the study was completed, the recommendations coming from that study were to replace about 11,000 linear feet of pipeline. Due to the recent break of the line and due to previous leaks that have happened through the years on the line that we've had to repair as well. That in addition to the potential unknown construction flaws for the original installation of that line, We felt that was the right recommendation to make. Right after that, Dewberry completed a preliminary engineer report on that pipeline to determine the basis of design and provide a construction cost estimate for us to see what it's going to cost to make those permanent repairs. So out of that preliminary engineer report, Dewberry identified the area of the pipeline that needed to be repaired, and you can see that on the screen. That's highlighted in pink. This report is a very comprehensive report. It looked at a bunch of different things regarding the project. It looked at material selection. It looked at constructability methods and what was the best way to formulate this project and the best direction to go with making these repairs. So a couple of things that came out of this report was identifying sections of the pipeline and how we could use different construction methods to hopefully alleviate some of the impacts on neighboring property owners and what's the best constructability method to use for this type of project. Can we mix and match methods? Dewberry looked at that, identified all the different sections that you're seeing pointed out beside the identified portion of pipeline. We plan to use a combination of open cut construction, and that's really where we it's literally how it sounds. You have an excavator that opens the ground up, removes the old pipe, puts the new pipe back in its place. We also have areas identified for slip line construction. What that is essentially where you're using the old pipe and shoving a new pipe through it. The benefits of slip line construction, it has a lot less impact on the property owners around it. So we have identified areas where both of those methods will work. Our estimated construction cost as it stands right now is $7.13 million, and that has a 15% contingency built into that number. The anticipated project schedule, also coming from the preliminary engineer report, from when the preliminary field engineering started to final completion of the project, we're estimating around 100 weeks. So it's roughly 2 years with construction lasting a year. This is, the best guesses right now, but it's really dependent on the contractor. We're hoping we can get the project done much quicker, but without, input from contractors or from the winning contractor. We wanted to stay conservative on this anticipated schedule at this time. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions regarding the project. We also have our project manager from Dewberry, Richard Kinchelow, here with us tonight. If there are any technical questions, any specific project questions, Richard will be happy to hop up and answer those as well.
Thank you, Mr. Longshore. Board, any questions? Ms. Lasswell?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So by replacing this section of pipe that you showed us on the map, does it put pressure on either end of it, the other pipe? Does it weaken that in any way? Because we're like taking a slice out of sort of the center and then.
Right, yeah, so it's replacing that section of pipe right there at the front end of the pipeline coming out of the pump station.
Okay.
I would say, no, it's not going to increase the pressure on the rest of the pipe. So the portions of the pipeline that are slip line, I believe, and Richard can speak to some of this, but I believe the pipeline we're going to be installing is all the same diameter through the rehab, the replace section. What will happen is velocities may increase in that section, but pressures on the rest of the pipeline should not be increased. But I'll hand that one over to the modeling expert, Richard, and he can.
Well, thank you. So as far as on both ends, we're actually connecting to ductile iron pipe. The portion of pipe is an FRP pipe, which I believe stands for fiberglass reinforced pipe.
Okay, take your word for it.
Yeah, and I may have that acronym wrong, but it is a fiberglass pipe, and ductile iron is a much stronger pipe, so we will be connecting, essentially connecting a thicker plastic pipe to two metal pipes. So any pressure inside the force main, there will be slightly higher velocities because to get the smaller pipe through the larger pipe, there is a reduction there. But pressure-wise, under static conditions, there will be no change at all.
Okay, so we're not setting up down the road because of this, another issue?
No.
Okay, good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lescott. Any other questions? All right, stand by.
All right.
All right, I will open up the public hearing.
Good evening. Sandra Warwick, 367 Swinburne Road, Mannequin-Sabot. Will this replace all of the fiber reinforced pipe that was used when this TCSD was first built? Because during construction phase, that was just a nightmare. And let's get this fixed once and for all so we don't have to keep addressing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, closing the public comment here. Mr. Longshore, would you like to retort?
Be happy to address that. That's a great question, Ms. Warwick. This project will not replace all of the FRP in the system. It will replace what represents phase one of initial construction. So we know there were constructability issues in phase one. There were issues with the contractor, potentially how that pipe was initially put into the ground. So this will replace all of that phase of initial construction. It will also replace all of the area that has had issues in the past 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Longshore. Any other questions for Mr. Longshore before we entertain a motion?
So, Mr. Chair, sorry, we're replacing the pipe, but did you also say that we're doing additional prep work on the bed that the pipe sleeps on, so that there wouldn't be any issues there, or is that part of the project?
So, good question. So the areas where there will be open cut construction, yes, the pipe will be rebedded. The areas where slip line construction will be used, the new pipe will be pushed inside the old pipe. The annular space between the outside of the new pipe and the inside of the old pipe will be filled with grout. That will provide extra protection where there may be some pipe bedding issues. So, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Longshore.
Yes, sir.
Okay, board. One more.
Well done? Ready for a motion, is that the deal?
We are ready for a motion.
So this motion would be for the resolution amending the budget and appropriating the funds. I had one quick question for our legal staff, Ms. McGee. The source of funds for this project that we're passing the resolution on, the source of funds would at least in part be from the prior public hearing, the proceeds?
A source of funds question should be directed to our,
And then I'll have a legal question to
Correct.
follow. So source of funds,
The source of funds is
the
the
proceeds.
bonds
Okay.
and the R&R funds that, yes.
Okay, so that's the source of funds. Then the legal question would be, do you have any issue at all with us appropriating money that hasn't been raised yet through the issuance of the debt? In other words, can we, because if we appropriate and then the debt issuance isn't successful, is that an issue? So I guess that's the legal question.
So I
Or the
don't have
finance
the
question.
legal answer to that, but that's often done, like, actually, that's how we did last year's CIP. We said the source of the funds for the new Goodson Elementary School was bonds, and then we didn't issue the bonds until this, a month ago. So you're planning to issue bonds? I mean, if there come any change, obviously, we'd have to come back to the board to say, these funds weren't available or whatever the change was and make a change. But it's often done in budgets, that's your plan. A
and to
budget
be
is the plan.
fair, I agree with what Ms. Horlacher says, and to be fair, every year in your budget, you appropriate funds on revenues that haven't come in.
Correct.
So it's
Okay, so-
consistent with what you do there.
Good, so the process doesn't need to follow, we budget for it, approve a debt issuance, issue the debt, raise the funds, and then appropriate those funds? We don't need to follow that process? Okay, well, that's good to know. I'm sure everybody else was aware of that, but I just wasn't, so.
Not spending it, we're just appropriating.
But appropriate is the authorization to spend, right? So that's, my question was, we're authorizing the expenditures of funds that hadn't been raised yet. But if that's not an issue,
If you don't have them, you can't spend them. There's that.
Congress does all the time.
fair enough. Thank you, Ms. Hrolik, appreciate that. And thank you for that legal interpretation as well. So now I think we're on solid ground. So that said, let me go ahead and make a motion, Mr. Chair, if you're ready.
Yes, sir.
I move that the Goodson County Board of Supervisors approve the following resolution amending the fiscal year 2022 Goodson County budget by budgeting and appropriating $7,990,000 in the Department of Public Utilities Rehabilitation and Replacement Fund.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Ms. Laskolet.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Sharp.
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhour.
Yes. All right, thank you. All right, moving on to our third item. Ms. Twisdale? This is a big one. Don't get any questions about this at all.
Mariana Twisdale, Director of Financial Services. We're here for a public hearing for broadband. As with the previous public hearing, a public hearing is required by Virginia Code when a locality amends its budget if the amendment exceeds more than 1% of the total expenditures of the currently adopted budget. This is to budget and appropriate $3.4375 million of Federal American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds for broadband expansion. As the board knows, Firefly was awarded $79 million in grant funds to support a $288 million RISE project. Goochland County is part of that project. For Goochland, it will involve 276 miles of fiber to provide services to approximately 2,765 locations. Goochland County pledged $3,437,500 towards this project, and as part of the larger project, and also $3,637,500 for the total project, $200,000 of that being local funds. The local funds were appropriated on February 21st, 2022. So what we're here to do tonight is to appropriate and budget the majority of the funds, the $3.4 million for the project. Mr. Drumwright's been leading the project, and he can answer any questions that you have if you have any detailed questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twisdale. Any questions, board? Okay, if none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward on this issue? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Okay, all right, board, motion, discussion?
Ready to make a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
I move that we approve this resolution amending the fiscal year 2020 Goodson County budget by budgeting and appropriating $3,437,500 in the county capital improvement fund.
I gladly second.
Okay, we have a first and a glad second. Any
Well,
further
I'm happy
discussion?
first.
Enthusiastic first, I'm sorry. All right, roll call vote?
Mr. Glad Sharp.
Gladly, yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins.
Yes.
Ms. Laskolet.
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhour.
Yes. Okay, on to our fourth issue. Application for conditional use permit, Ms. Sherry?
You're under faster than I am. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Alvarez. I'm Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development. And the first public hearing I will be presenting this evening is an application by Glenn and Patricia Witten for a conditional use permit for a public assembly place on Valentine Road. The property is located in the eastern portion of the county. The property is zoned agricultural limited, as are the surrounding properties. The comprehensive plan designates the property as semi-public. This is consistent with what the property was used back when the plan was adopted. It was owned by St. Matthew's Church, which is adjacent to the subject property. It has sold since then. So here is an aerial of the property. It's kind of hard to see, but separating, oops, sorry, let me get back here. The subject property, as I mentioned, is adjacent to the church. You can only see a little bit of the parking lot. The Tuckahoe Creek does go between the properties. There is an existing building on the property that I'll discuss during the presentation, but surrounding it is mostly residential, and across from St. Matthew's is commercially zoned, which I'll show you. Oops. Pardon me. So just a little bit about the application history. At the time of the original application, the applicant, the Virginia Department of Health, did not have septic information on the property. So the applicant deferred the last couple of months until they were able to hire an engineer and evaluate the septic system, so they could determine what the capacity would be for the public assembly building. The applicant is proposing, as part of their place of public assembly, a use as a wedding and event venue. Maximum total guests would be 100, including indoor and outdoor events. Based on the septic capacity results from the study, maximum of 30 guests would be allowed indoors. A little bit about the building. It is a 2.5-story building. It's a little over 3,000 square feet. Had been constructed in 1958 and had been used as a dwelling. In 2001, as I mentioned, St. Matthew's Church did own the property. They did do some improvements to the building to allow for church gatherings. The applicant purchased the property in 2018 and since has been used as a rental property. So the applicant has submitted the conceptual plan that is on the screen. As you can see, it is high level. There's not a lot of detail in it. We've had conversations with the applicant that certain pretty significant improvements would need to be made to the site prior to them being able to move forward with opening the CUP activities, and this would all be able to be addressed during the plan of development process. Some of the improvements include they would need to require 25 parking spaces. The church did have a graveled parking area that would just need to be improved and marked accordingly. They would also have to provide handicap within that 25 spaces, as well as provide an area for overflow parking. They would be required to do a 20-foot wide drive aisle that would withstand 75,000 pounds for able to have emergency equipment and access. Also, through the site, they'll need to have ADA accessibility, provide a loading area, and some improvements will be required on portions of Valentine Road. As I mentioned before, this would all occur at the plan of development portion of the process, and they would not be able to start their CUP activity until that was approved. Here are some pictures the applicant had provided with his application. As you can see, there's the creek that runs between the church and their property, as well as another area which was identified on the conceptual plan as areas where they'll have events such as weddings. So this is a picture of the building. There will be some improvements necessary in order to ensure handicap accessibility to the building. The building capacity, as I mentioned before, has been determined to be a maximum of 30 attendees. There was a community meeting held back in September. 3 people attended. Discussion included the activities, site layout and parking, potential noise, and the proximity to the creek. Nobody did express any concern or opposition. At the November Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended approval on a 5-0 vote. 1 citizen did speak, but that was a neutral conversation. So the conditions, most of them are going to be our standard conditions. I'll stop and review anything that's specific, unique to this case. So the use for a public assembly would be allowed. It have to be consistent with the conceptual plan. All of those improvements would be required through the plan of development prior to any CUP activity starting. As I mentioned, 25 spaces, parking spaces plus overflow would be required. The access that I mentioned in the presentation for fire and rescue to be able to get onto the property. They would have a limitation of not more than 20 square feet of signs. Any lighting, they have to be dark sky compliant, and that would also be taken care of during the plan of development. 100 guests maximum, and then the number 9 had been changed to the 30 people based on the difference between Planning Commission and this application. Hours of operation for all events would be between 8 a.m. and 10 p.m. Daily. And you have your standard amplified music and sound, alcohol consumption, and no fireworks. Those are our standard conditions. As is hunting and firearms would be restricted, as well as they would have to give notice to the Planning and Zoning Office of the schedule for each season and year. Must maintain residential appearance. Architectural must be consistent with that which is on the property. And no parking on any public roads, including Valentine, St. Matthews, and Rockville Road would be associated with the event venue. There are restrictions on cooking and dishwashing. Any of that would occur on the premises would have to be approved by Department of Health. Loading spaces for caterers and vendors would need to be shown and approved through the POD process. This is a 5-year CUP. It would be eligible for renewal in March of 2027, excuse me. And then, of course, our standard transfer or lease condition. That's my presentation. I can answer any questions. The applicant is also here.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Would the applicant like to come forward?
May I have a question, staff, real quickly?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was reading the conditions as they are in our packet, and I had a question on lighting, but I'm going to come back to that because the expiration in our packet, the expiration is December 2026, and my question to you is going to be, would staff have any objection to making it March of 2027, but the slide you just had made that change. So that leads me to ask, are there any other differences in your slides than what's in our packet?
No, I apologize about that. What I anticipate is since the deferral had occurred over and over.
I think it's a great change,
Yeah.
but that just kind of gave me pause because I was looking at the conditions in our packet, not so much what you had on the slide.
Right.
The document you was looking at was the Planning Commission resolution. If you
go.
look at
That's happened to me before.
packet page 203, that is actually the board
203?
resolution. And that has a
203.
March
Good catch. Thank you.
2027. And we have all got caught up in that before. I have, folks at this, at one point we asked whether or not to remove them, but they are part of the record, so.
Thank you. I was looking at, obviously, it looked the same, but,
Yeah,
all right.
so she's
it's not-
speaking to what's in the packet.
thank you.
Sure, I assumed I had overlooked it because it had been deferred so many times.
No, I was looking at the earlier version. So then I'll go back to my question then, it only is on lighting. And it reads, and I'm looking at the right one now, a lighting plan covering both temporary and permanent exterior lighting must be submitted and approved prior to any exterior lighting being installed or used on the property. That just got me thinking for what I know about the location. It seems to me that having lighting there would be a good thing, so I'm kind of curious. The way this reads, it seems to me the applicant is saying, if I decide to put lighting, this is how it must be. What are thoughts, and this is maybe a question for the applicant if they plan to, but I wonder if we would ever put a condition that you will install lighting and it will, then it will follow. Because I think lighting is appropriate in this setting.
Certainly, if they were to have events held as late as they are allowed to, we would require them to have lighting.
Okay,
So-
so maybe I'll ask the applicant if they'd be willing to tweak that a little bit, and that they will install lighting and that we can follow. Because- But you're saying, under the plan of development, you have the.
So if they're gonna be operating at night, we would require them
Staff has
to have a
authority.
safe, yeah.
Staff has the authority under the plan of development
Right.
process to say, you know, I know your condition is if you have light, but you need to have lighting.
Right, and if they decide, that's their allowed hours, if they decide never to open after 6 o'clock, they would not be required to, because it would be daylight.
Thank you so much. I'm learning so much every meeting.
Oh, are we on? Ms. Lescott?
Okay, Ms. Sherry, so, just orient me, on the parking. So, maximum of 25 spaces to be provided, and they have space on the property for that, is that correct?
Yes, there was a plan of development done for the church.
So moving, off, onto public roads should not be an issue?
Correct. Yeah, and we have, as part of one of the conditions, they have a minimum of 25, which is required by the code. They are required also to provide some overflow parking, and that would ensure that if for some reason everybody drove to the facility by themselves, they could park in the overflow as opposed to on the road.
Right. Is there something that they have to do? I mean, does it have to be paved or what?
No, none of their parking will need to be paved
Okay,
because
good.
they're required, because they're only at 25. If they were to go to 26 required, then they would have to pave, but they're at 25. And so based on the minor POD, that allows them to stay gravelled. They do still have to provide the drive aisles that can accommodate the fire rescue, but gravel would be allowed.
Right. Is there something they have to do for the handicap parking as well?
Yes, that's true. That,
Right, okay.
they do actually, as part of that 25, any handicap parking that the building official will make them have has to be paved.
Right. But we're not going to make them pave the whole thing?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay, good answer. And one other comment you'd made, and I'm having trouble finding it in the conditions. You had mentioned something about improvements to Valentine Road.
Yes, so this
that
is
all out?
Valentine Road is partially public, partially non-public. And so when you go to the non-public side, VDOT cannot make them, have the branches cut so that there's clearance so that the fire rescue can get through there.
Gotcha.
So those are the kind of improvements based on the access, the width, whether or not it can sustain the equipment, as well as having it cleared high enough. That will be something I'll have to go through the plan of development on the private part.
Right. And so the private portion of Valentine Road, who owns that?
The property owner, I believe.
Oh, they do? Oh, okay, so,
Yeah.
all right, so that makes sense. All right, great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ms. Sherry? Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward?
I'm Glenn Witten, 2000 Valentine Road at Rockville, and my wife and I own the property and applied for this, the CUP. And thank you for doing such a great job on the presentation. And she pretty much covered everything that we have in mind, so I didn't have any presentation planned. But I just really came up to introduce myself and answer any questions y'all might have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Whitten. Mr. Lumpkins?
You heard the discussion about the lighting. Is your intention to put lighting in?
Yes, sir.
mean,
Yeah, I mean, we
prepare for that.
we have a decent amount of lighting there now, just because, I mean, it's a pretty big property. But yeah, we for sure need to add it in the front yard. Along where you see the circles that say ceremony, we were gonna add lighting out there for the, of course, night weddings.
Gotcha, good, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins. Any other questions at this time? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. All right, at this time, I will open the public hearing. Nobody wants to talk tonight. All right, I will close the public hearing. All right, board, any comments, motion? Mr. Sharp?
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the conditional use permit CU 2021-00011 for a public assembly place at 2000 Valentine Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? Roll call vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Laskolet?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Chairman Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you, you've got your conditional use permit. Good luck. All right. Keep us going, Ms. Sherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. The next public hearing is on an application by Danny and Madison Queensberry. This is a rezoning request from agricultural general to residential rural. This is to create a 3-lot subdivision on Davis Mill Road. As shown on the map, the property is located in the western portion of the county. The property is zoned agricultural general, as are the surrounding properties. The comprehensive plan designates this property as rural enhancement area, as does the surrounding properties. As you can see from the aerial, there is an existing dwelling on the property and several outbuildings. I do want to draw your attention to the existing driveway because that will show up later in the presentation. Mostly residential and large lot farming in the area on Davis Mill Road. So the property has used all the parent tract splits, so they have no more by right splits, which is why they are coming back for rezoning from an agricultural district to a residential district so they can file a subdivision application. At their planning commission meeting in December, the application was recommended with approval with a 5-0 vote. There was one person that spoke in opposition. And last month at the February board meeting, this was voted on a 5-0 vote for deferral for 1 month to this evening. They were concerned with the subdivision layout and the impact of the driveway on one of the lots. One person did speak in opposition to the request. So changes since last month. As you can see, this is the conceptual plan that was submitted with the original application. I did want to draw your attention. The concern was primarily the access to lots 2 and 3 in the back and how it crossed over lot 2 as shown on this conceptual plan, and that the usability of the owner of lot 2 of that driveway. So the applicant has reduced the number of lots from 3 to 4 and eliminated the unusable driveway concerns that were with the previous conceptual plan. So the proposal is to subdivide the 22.82 acre parcel into 3 lots. 1 lot for the existing dwelling, that would be lot 2 in the middle, and 2 new building lots. The RR district, the residential rural district, does require a minimum lot size of 5 acres. As presented, this would meet those qualifications. So they are proposing 2 driveways onto Davis Mill Road. Both of them are circled. The one to the east, I suppose, would be, the west, is a single driveway used by Lot 1. Right here to the east is the access, which is a shared driveway, which is using the existing driveway to access both lots 2 and 3. And all of the driveways do meet spacing requirements. So there was a community meeting held back in October. Planning Commission member Mr. Myers and 2 neighbors attended. Neighbors did not express any concerns at that time. We did receive 1 phone call expressing opposition to this request during this process. So this is a summary. The applicant did provide 5 proffers, the conceptual plan that is shown on the screen right now. Cash proffers of $12,039 for each of the 2 new lots. The existing lot with the dwelling would not be subject to the cash proffer. No additional subdivision, so there would be a maximum of 3, and only the 2 accesses onto Davis Mill Road. They've also provided a proffer that will require them to have a 30-foot natural buffer on the western portion, right here along Lot 1. I do have the proffers if anybody has any specific questions, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have for me, and also the applicant is here.
Okay. Board, any questions for Ms. Sherry? Ms. Lasclet?
Okay, so Ms. Sherry, you said that you received one comment about this from a citizen. What was the comment?
The comment had to do with, trying to keep the area more rural and that they didn't want any extra noise, or there wasn't really anything specific. It was just a general question, response as to keeping the area less dense, I suppose.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Sherry? Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to come forward and say anything? Or you don't have to if you don't want to. Okay.
I feel like we've done everything now.
Okay. All right. Then I will open it up the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this, please come forward. All right, closing the public hearing. All right. Board, thoughts, motions?
Well, I'll make the motion, but then I've got a question. Let me get it on the table. So I move that we approve conditional use, no, whoop, wrong one. We already did that one. I move that we approve the rezoning RZ 2021-00011 for 22.82 acres at 3036 Davis Mill Road from agricultural general A1 to residential rural RR with proper conditions as presented.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lasclet. Mr. Lumpkins? I did have a question, Ms. Sher. Does anybody else have further questions? Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Sharp. Since it's your birthday plus one, we'll let you go.
Well, thank you. Just the buffer. There's trees currently in that area now, so we're saying,
There is.
I would like us to start using, when we talk about buffers, because it seems that certain groups that build in a county think a buffer means you can't build within that distance of 30 feet. And so they cut down trees, but we didn't encroach on the buffer. I would like to see us start saying a 30-foot tree buffer. Nothing to the applicants this evening, just across the board. If we talk about buffers and there's trees, we say a 30, 50, 100-foot treed buffer so that it's very clear.
Very good. I only gave you a high level of the buffer. There is the buffer on the screen. It says a 30-foot buffer will remain, a natural buffer will remain on the western line, and then it continues to say no existing trees removed unless dead or diseased. So, and this is a proffer. This came from the applicant, so.
I was just thinking.
Understood, loud and clear.
Across the vast reaches of the county.
Yes, sir.
Across the universe. There you go. Ms. Sherry, am I correct that the applicant lives in one of these, on this property?
Yes, they currently
That's the
live on
second lot?
Lot 2, yes.
Okay.
They live in the existing house.
Right. And you're saying that the driveways, one is existing, and then the other one they're creating, but both of them meet our standards?
Yes, ma'am.
So not a problem with either one of those?
Correct.
And that was the issue, so, and there's no problem with the exits onto Davis Mill Road?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's not another issue. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Ms. Sherry, I'm just going to follow up with Ms. Lasclet. You said meet our standards, but that was part of the reason we were going through these machinations was to try to not have to do certain things to the roadway. So what are those standards? Ms. Lasclet said meet our standards. What are our standards for driveways in this case?
So there are spacing requirements as part of our access management, and the driveway spaces, and they're based on like the level of road, what the speed limit is on the road. And so when the applicant turned in the conceptual plan, as you can see, there's some additional markings on there. So we actually measured and had them put that on the conceptual plan just so that we could determine that they were, in fact, meeting our spacing requirements. I could look it up in the zoning ordinance.
You're talking about the entrance there.
The driveway entrance, it's onto.
But in this case, there's no standards in terms, it's a question, but there aren't any standards in terms of the pavement and the width and all that other stuff?
No, these are just driveways.
These are just, okay, thank you.
Sherry, don't go
Oh,
there.
goodness, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just waiting.
I'm just gonna stay here.
And this actually might be a question for the applicant. I was out there Sunday looking to see, because we did have some folks concerned about noise, and I'm a little confused because it looks like, I don't have a pointer, but it looks like from Lot 1 over, there's already a road constructed.
So, like, right here,
From like here, it comes down, it connects there.
that, yeah, that might be a question for the applicant.
It's hard to explain. Can you go back to like the
jump to
aerial?
aerial? Sure.
Yeah, that'd be a lot easier.
You don't mind, introduce yourself.
Oh, Danny et al., Danny Queensbury, 3036 Davisville Road.
And this is the pointer if you need to use that.
Okay.
You have to press it hard.
So where you see, oh, I'm sorry, you just literally told me to use the pointer. Which button did you say? Okay. So what you're, I'm assuming, thinking that you're seeing,
here's
so
the-
this,
I mean, that's the picture.
yeah, so. Yeah, no, so you're still too far over. So this would be, this is an old road bed, it's literally nothing here now, like it's actually trees, you might not have seen it. The power line comes through here. Oh, so this is lot 1 over here. Lot 2, which is my house, would be coming along this line and coming back over to about approximately right here. So lot 2, like I say, it'd be right in here, and then should be lot 3, starts roughly right about here. So the driveway that you're seeing currently here, that's what you had seen on the other one. That's not actually on lot 1, that's on lot 2 coming and then going up here. Lot 1 would be roughly right around in this region.
So this looks like a brand-new road. What is that?
It's just where I put some dirt over. So this is all on lot 2 on mine. None of that is actually on lot 1.
Okay, but that lot, this comes out to Davis Mill Road.
Correct.
Okay, so it doesn't look like it doesn't look like we're looking at, this is the drawing we're looking at, but you're saying that there's actually another entrance here and a road here.
Well, there's not currently an entrance there.
Okay.
What you're seeing is this. Like what you're
Okay.
seeing with the dirt and everything is this.
Okay.
Right here, if you look down through like where you can kind of see the like clear tree area. I keep pushing the wrong button here.
Sorry, everybody else.
Oh, when you're looking through this clear tree area, not your picture.
Okay.
But if you're looking at the aerial, this is lot 1 right in here.
Okay,
This is where, I guess Dominion eventually, years ago, it ran power through that. So that's cleared for Dominion. But that is also where the road will come into lot 1, is through this area here. But what you're seeing in your pictures is all on lot 2.
okay. Could you get back to the mic?
Point on the map where that he showed you on his phone picture.
He's seeing the actual road. This is the actual road
So
coming
he's
in.
looking right there,
Right.
where we can see the road?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's it, right there.
Okay. So what I was actually impressed with was the amount of trees that were on Davis Mill.
The entire property is completely wooded. You have to actually go into the property to actually.
I guess my
have
question
it.
is, do you plan on keeping it?
I don't plan to take any of those trees down. So like lot 2, obviously I'm not gonna do anything with because there's already a house there. Oh, lot 3 over to the right, you're going all the way back in before, and it's gonna be a normal house clearing site. It'll be just enough, for the house and for the drain field. If, that particular customer wants a little bit more yard, but it's not gonna be a 5-acre clearing site. For one, no normal customer is gonna be able to afford that, what clearing costs. On the left side with lot 1, that was just something we put in there. Mr. Wright's lived there for a long time. He just simply didn't want to all of a sudden have a neighbor that he can walk out on his porch and see. So that's the reason for the 30-foot buffer on that side, was just simply, something Mr. Wright had wanted.
Okay. All right. And I did speak to Miss White, who was pulling out in her hot Mustang going to church. And she was in favor of the project, so she's.
Yeah,
in
I've
favor.
known them a long time. They've been neighbors there.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Chair Spoonhour.
Yes. Thank you. All right, and we are on our last public hearing of the evening,
Second to last.
next to last.
Next,
I am, I only have 7.
Before you start, I'm going to declare a conflict in this one, and I'm going to the Bat Cave. And I'll
Okay.
just come get me.
Okay. Oh, that's, okay. Marked the wrong one. Okay, thank you.
Of course. Our next public hearing is an application by Daniel and Tamara Keaton. It's a request for a conditional use permit for short-term rental unhosted on Fairgrounds Road. The property is located in the Courthouse Village. The property is zoned agricultural limited, as are the surrounding properties. The comprehensive plan designates the property as single-family residential low. Across the street, it is designated as public. That is Reynolds Community College. And from the aerial, you can see there is a series of single-family houses along Fairgrounds Road, with the college being directly across the street. So, as I mentioned, the proposal is for a short-term rental, which is the reason for the CUP. The applicant does not live on the property. Short-term rental is short-term rental unhosted is a dwelling where a portion or entire part, or the entire dwelling is used for sleeping. People pay for this. It has to be less than 30 days, consecutive days, and the renters are responsible for their own meals. This is a picture of the house. It is a little over 1,100 square feet. The condition, as well as the septic, limits the number of guests to 6. There was a community meeting held back in November. One person from the community was in attendance and expressed support. At the February Planning Commission meeting, they recommended approval with a 5-0 vote, and nobody spoke at the public hearing. A majority of these are standard conditions. I will go through them relatively quickly. Stop me if I need to expand. So the use is for a unhosted short-term rental. Then overnight maximum guest would be 6 unless they were to increase the septic capacity, and at no time are they allowed to go over 10. A carbon monoxide detector and smoke detector must be maintained and installed. They need to have your typical outdoor music ending at 10, and it can't be amplified. No trespassing signs need to be posted, needs to maintain the rental appearance, no hunting or firearms. All applicants must be given notice of all these conditions. This is a 5-year expiration, so it's a 5-year CUP. March 2027 is when it would be due for a renewal. And lastly, the standard transfer or lease condition. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Sherry? Seeing none, would the applicant like to come forward? Thanks.
Hey, my name's Daniel Keaton at 3112 Walnut Ridge Lane. Thank you, Ms. Sherry, for all your work in the presentation. I don't really have much to add, just that it's going to be, or a plan is to be, short-term rental through like Airbnb, that kind of thing. And the demand, I believe, is from people who are in between home sales. Like, that's kind of the main thing. They need maybe 2 weeks to stay. Their alternative is a extended stay hotel, in Short Pump or something like that. So that's kind of, the market that we're going for.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Keaton. Any other questions at this time? All right, thanks. Well,
thank you.
All right, no questions. I'll open the public hearing. Seeing no one, closing the public hearing. All right. I did have a question for Ms. Sherry. This is currently being used as a long-term rental.
That's correct. That's what the applicant has indicated.
Correct. And does this, because it's a 30 days, maximum, does that negate their ability to use it as a long-term rental?
No, they are required, I mean, they're allowed by right to have a lease and have it go as long as it wants, over 30 days. It's just limited when it's less than 30 consecutive days. Within it's a short-term rental. Does that make sense?
No. How would we so how do we know, I move, my house isn't ready, then I decide to stay 30 days, how do we know that?
How do we know if they stay longer than 30 days? More than likely, it would be complaint-based, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't think we actually go out and monitor. Sometimes we do go on the Airbnb and VRBO sites, but they would be in violation of their conditional use permit at that point.
Yeah, my concern is that we're, like, because we've put in here that it's a maximum of 30 days, we're potentially negating their other opportunities, and I don't want to see that happen.
No, I mean, every property owner has the right to rent their house. You do right now, Ms. Lescalet, I do. That's a fundamental right to rent out your entire house. And there's no limit on that. But if you start renting your house for 30 days or less, that's where this kicks in. So this only applies in your ownership of your house. You can rent it out for 30 days or for more than 30 days. But if you start renting it out for shorter than 30 days, you need this permission and you have to follow these rules. So that's how that works out.
Okay, we are learning lots. Okay, thank you. Did the public hearing. So, happy to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move that the board grant conditional use permit CU 2021-00013 for unhosted short-term rental at 2636 Fairground Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lasclette. Any further discussion, board? Roll call vote?
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Sharp?
Yes.
Ms. Lascalet?
Yes.
Chair Spoonhour?
Yes. Congratulations. All right, Sherry, you are on a roll.
Oh, pressure's on.
I said 8:15. All right, Ms. Sherry, go
All
ahead.
right, our last public hearing this evening is an application by Eric and Liza Chofie for a conditional use permit to amend an existing conditional use permit they have for a microbrewery and distillery under 50 acres, as well as to add the restaurant use, expand the hours of operation by 1 hour, and request a waiver of the required paving of the parking and drive aisles. The subject property is located just outside of the courthouse on Maidens Road. The property is zoned agricultural limited, as are the surrounding properties. It is designated as rural enhancement, as are the properties on the east side of Maidens Road, and on the west side, it's single-family low density. This is the aerial of the subject property, surrounded mostly by larger lots that are primarily vacant. So just a little timeline. Prior to 2014, this was a residential-only use. Between the years of 2014 and 16, the applicant established a cidery. It's referred to as winery in the code, but it also includes cideries operation. That's when they started it up. In 2017, Courthouse Creek Cider opened to the public. In 2018, they came back to the board and requested a CUP for a microbrewery and distillery because it is less than 50 acres per the code. And today, they are adding the request for the restaurant use. So existing on the site, as I mentioned, there is a residence. There are orchards that were established, as well as the farm winery and brewery. The site improvements include the house, a production barn, as well as a tasting room. Here are some pictures of the cidery as it is now. They have some outdoor seating and some indoor. That's a picture of the tasting room, as well as some of the orchard. So the applicant is requesting to add a 324 square foot freestanding commercial kitchen. The kitchen will allow them to have facilities to operate as a restaurant, and a restaurant is required to have a conditional use permit, which is why they're here today. There are some elevations provided and a floor plan provided by the applicant. In addition, they are requesting paving waiver for the parking and drive aisles. This would be something that would support the existing agribusiness that's there currently. The reason for them needing to ask this waiver, I kind of alluded to it with the previous Witten case, is that they have more than 25 spaces. So they would have to pave the parking and drive aisle without this waiver being granted. They are also request to expand their hours of operation by 1 hour on Sunday. They currently open at noon, and they are requesting to open at 11 a.m. Here is the conceptual plan provided by the applicant. The red square is where the new building will go. It's kind of hard to tell on this picture, but it would be detached from the actual building itself. The cidery facilities were actually built as an agricultural business, and so when they're building this commercial building, they need to go through building permits. So separating them makes it much easier. So proposed improvements, as I mentioned, the freestanding commercial kitchen. The applicant is also going to be required to upgrade the septic system and provide a 20-foot minimum drive aisle, similar to how I mentioned on the Witten case, being able to access emergency equipment. There was a community meeting held in December. No citizens attended. In February, the Planning Commission made a recommendation on a 5-0 vote for approval, and nobody spoke at the public hearing. So the amended conditions that you see in front of you, it looks like a lot because we actually brought them up to date with our current standards. I'm going to go through those quickly and just touch base where things have actually changed as opposed to the standard conditions that they already have. So they are adding restaurant to the use. I had mentioned they need to get a POD. Number 3 would grant them the parking waiver that they're requesting. Number 4 would add an hour earlier on Sunday. And then your standard music, fireworks, and access required by public safety. The conceptual plan, signs, dumpsters, and lighting also are all similar to their standard conditions. The expiration, this does have a 5-year expiration, which would put them to 2017 to come back for renewal. And lastly, our transfer or lease standard condition. That concludes my portion of this presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions, and Mr. Chofie is here as well.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Any questions for Ms. Sherry before we call the applicant? Mr. Peterson.
Could you go back to the hours of operation, please?
Certainly, I saw that. I was about to
Yeah,
probably
okay.
mention that. I was hoping that somebody would say it besides me.
Really fast, and you almost got it passed.
And I suspect that it reads the same in the resolution, Tara, because I believe I just cut
Then you
and
move
pasted
Sunday
it.
an hour earlier from 12 p.m., which is noon, to 11, it goes to a.m., that's all.
Yeah, it's a little more than an hour. That would be a little more than an hour. Let me check the resolution.
In the packet, it's 11 a.m.
Oh, it is? Thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask a quick, Ms. Sherry, if you go to the first condition, use brewery, distillery, and restaurant, it doesn't mention cidery?
The cidery is allowed by right.
Okay.
Yes, could be, those other two would be allowed by right if they were over 50 acres, but the way the ordinance reads is that those had to come in for a conditional use permit.
Okay, any other questions from Ms. Sherry? Would the applicant like to come forward? Just give us your name and address.
Eric Chofee, 1581 Maidens Road, Courthouse Creek Cider. I'm really just here to answer any questions if there are any.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chofee. Any questions for? Okay. Mr.
Thank
Sharp.
I think they get the persistency award for everything that's they've gone through with this. And so we're glad you didn't give up.
Yes, pretty much so.
Well, we'll see. I'm starting to get the estimates for septic, so it's over $100,000 at this point. So we'll see. But at least this step is completed, hopefully.
Was the county staff helpful?
Very, extremely helpful. It's honestly, the county's always been fantastic, super supportive, same with the community from the get-go. So, so our issue lies at a state level, and hopefully someday the regulations will change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chaffee. All right, I'll open the public hearing.
Jonathan Lyle, 1521 Mannequin Road, Managing Director of Highway Information Media, which is a tourism partner with VDOT and Virginia Tourism pre-pandemic. I hope you do approve this, and the applicant's comments about the burden of regulation put upon them. As I was reading the application, this will be 100 people and 4 employees. That is requiring a $100,000 investment. I know we have an economic development authority. I don't know if there's any process that there is some kind of financing or lending that can be pursued there. I know Virginia Tourism does have various grants and no loan program that I'm aware of available, but if we're going to see small, and I guess we'll use that term, small business succeed, the onus of government regulation that becomes somewhat debilitating. It just keeps people from being able to do business. So I appreciate anticipating that you will approve their request, but if there is additional resources available that would let them succeed, I'd sure encourage them to reach out to the county, and again, the Economic Development Authority has any resources available. In my world, that would be a good thing. So I do hope you will vote to approve at least the paperwork part of it. And I heard today that if we go out and exercise for 10 minutes a day, that really improves our health. So maybe we can all go out with the excavation or something. I don't know, but
Thank you, Mr. Lau.
just yes. I guess that means I'm done.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Closing the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Goodson County Board of Supervisors approve conditional use permit CU-2018-3010A to add a restaurant use at 1581 Maidens Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Okay, thank you. We have, any discussion? Ms. Scheer, I have a question. So they're coming back before their their current 5-year CUP expires.
Ms. McGee, would you know, okay,
That's more, I'll phrase it as a statement.
okay.
So this would trump that CUP, correct?
Yes, in the resolution, it specifically says that these conditions supersede the conditions that already exist, and that all the conditions are in this document. So it now goes to March of 2027.
Where I'm going with this is typically, I believe it's our policy that if somebody comes back for their second on a 5-year, we typically take it to a 10-year, or we can have that option.
Yeah, typically if there's no concerns.
So my question would be, would the applicant want to ask for that so that they can, if this board would be amenable to it, so we're not shortchanging none of that extra time?
That I think would be a question for the applicant, and then that would be at the board's discretion.
What expiration time are you proposing then?
So make it 10 years from now. So would you expect that friendly amendment?
Well, let's hear from the applicant.
Let's
hear, he's nodding his head?
Yes.
Okay.
Vigorously.
Yes, that would be fantastic. 10 years would be great.
So is that a friendly amendment?
I'll accept the friendly amendment. What's the date going to be?
2027. Excuse me,
No.
2037. No,
32. Leave the math to the other end.
I mean, I'll take 37 too.
fair
say
point.
that.
Fair.
Oh, no.
Setting it to 10:36.
Use the old math.
And do you accept that?
Yes, oh, absolutely.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Roll call vote?
Mr. Lumpkins,
Yes.
Mr. Sharp,
Yes.
Ms. Lascelles.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Chair Spoonhour.
Absolutely, yes. All right, you're good. All right, thank you, everyone. Now, if everybody keep me straight, we are done now. That's the last one, Lisa, very good. All right, so the board will adjourn as following. We have a Tuesday, March 8th, 9 a.m. work session with the Board of Supervisors. On Tuesday, March 8th at 2 p.m., we have our work session in the County Administration Building. And Thursday, on March 10th, we have a special meeting of the Board of Supervisors on the County Administration Building. And on the 15th, we also will have another work session. And these meetings are open to the public. One meeting a month, they said. It's easy. All right, thanks, everybody. We are adjourned.